de dire au début qu'il y aura des choses qui vont se passer sur l'écran et que du coup, si les gens veulent se déplacer vers l'écran, ça serait bien qu'ils le fassent.
Qui se mettent
Avant
de
de
ce
démarrer,
côté-là.
ouais.
Tu veux que je le dise maintenant?
Je pense que c'est bien, non, mais de le dire même juste avant, en commençant bonjour tout le monde et puis de.
Mais tout le monde ne peut pas se mettre de ce côté-là. Ok.
Ça va être vraiment important.
Et donc, ce qui se passe sur l'écran, ça sera en même temps que les conversations.
Oui, et puis en fait, ça va être beaucoup de commentaires de ce qui se passe sur l'écran parce qu'il y a des films et des choses comme ça. Donc du coup, il vaudrait mieux avoir tout le monde par là et que là, il n'y ait pas trop de monde.
Ok.
Et c'est toujours comme ça aussi avec les étudiants, ils se mettent toujours au fond,
Ah oui,
ils ne voient pas.
près du radiateur.
Et c'est eux qu'on regarde en plus. You know, the problem is if I stand, I'm sure I will fall down with this. This is like trying to kill me, you know? It's okay, I'm a teacher. You know, I'm used to teach, so. Just like I don't remember my talk because I was focused on you, and I have to read it because I forgot it all, which is really a problem. Just don't remember it.
Si vous voulez, je peux commencer avec...
Stand up, ok, je me stand up. Je vais le faire maintenant, c'est vraiment.
Hello, good evening. Good evening and welcome to a night of ideas. I would like to let you know that lots of things are going to happen on the screen. So if there is room left, favor this side of the room. First panel, can nanotechnology be a realistic utopia? We have with us our distinguished guest, Mr. François Berger, a neurologist, professor of cell biology and neuro-oncology in Grenoble University, France. Is as well the director of the Brain Tech Laboratory in CERN, and the goal of his research is to develop translational technology innovation. Mr. Michael Rooks. Michael is a Robert Abbey Professor of Physics, Applied Physics and Bioengineering at the Caltech University. He has as well held the Chair of Excellence in Nanoscience in Grenoble, France, since 2008. And our moderator tonight, Vanessa Nurock. Vanessa is a philosopher.
It's a great honor to open this night, and I would like to first to thank the awesome team who could put all this together, because I think we're really lucky to be able to discuss tonight. I would like first, as we are in Los Angeles, to ask you if you watch TV movies. Actually, if you do watch TV movies, you already know a lot about what we're going to speak about tonight. You already know a lot about brain nanochips. Does this ring a bell to you? Yes, no? Yes, no? No. Okay, so I need that. Okay. So maybe for the vintage people as I am, have you seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Yes? Good. So maybe you remember in the 5th season, Spike gets implanted a brain nanochip. What does this chip do? It prevents him from hurting humans. And maybe you remember at the end of the season, the chip is removed, and then he chose not to harm human people. Maybe for the youngest people here, you've seen Black Mirror. Have you seen Black Mirror? Yes? Okay. So you remember the entire history of you? The 3rd episode of the 1st season? No, you don't? Okay, so each of the characters of the TV show has a brain nanochip, which is implanted to monitor what the person sees and his or her memories. And this movie is clearly a dystopia, because the main idea is that this brain nanochip is a threat to privacy, to love, and to relationships. But, and I would like to say this twice, we are not condemned to live in dystopia, in a negative utopia. And let me repeat it, because today I think this sounds different. We are not condemned to live in dystopia. Okay, and this is what we want to think about tonight. We hope so. let's discuss it. I work in political philosophy too, so we'll try to together in a common world if we can, because this is the theme of the Night of Ideas. So in these brain nanochips are not science fiction. They are also science, here and now, even if the scientific state of the art is not what we watch in these movies. It's clear that they are extremely challenging from an ethical and political point of view, and this is what we are also going to discuss tonight. That's the reason whether we wanted to raise the question whether nanotechnologies and these brain nanochips can be a realistic utopia. Why do we talk about a realistic utopia? This may sound as a paradox. Well, it's not. We are borrowing this expression from the American philosopher John Rawls. And what he wants to say by this challenging expression is that we should not choose between what is feasible on the one hand and what is desirable on the other hand. This is to mean that there should be an interaction between what is feasible and what is desirable. For instance, if what is feasible is not desirable, maybe we shouldn't do it. And on the other hand, maybe we should try to make what is desirable more feasible. So this is what we're gonna discuss tonight. And it's my honor to introduce tonight François Berger, who is, and I think this is important to say, he's a MD, he's a physician on the one hand, and he's French. And on the other hand, Michael Rooks, who is from Caltech and who is more a nano inventor. He's doing nanotechnology. So he's doing the technology which is implanted. And what we'll do tonight is maybe a bit peculiar, because François will start speaking about the state of the art and about the dynamic between what is desirable and what is feasible. And then Michael Rooks will explain us what is feasible today and what will be feasible in the future, in the near future. And then it will come back to François, and we'll try to put this more in perspective.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. So I am a physician, and it is a night of idea. And as a physician, I need a new idea because especially in brain disease, Alzheimer's disease, brain tumor, or traumatic injury, it's a complete failure for classical pharmaceutical approach. There is no therapy, so death, handicap, and bad quality of life. Why? Especially because the brain is inaccessible for drugs, complex, highly functional, so it's impossible to catch the small pieces of brain as it was done in oncology with targeted therapy, and lesions are irreversible. For this reason, an alternative to classical therapy was introduced. You have a good example here. It is neurostimulation, done for the first time in Grenoble in France by Aline Benabid and Pierre Pollack. You can see these children, with movement disorder. There is no therapy, nothing to treat him. If you introduce a device, so a neurotechnology, inside the brain, if you stimulate with electrical power at high frequency, you completely neutralize the handicap and the symptoms. So this was one of the first disruptive example of neurotechnology, a device that you introduce in the brain to modulate brain function and to have a very efficient therapy. Now, thanks to nanotechnology, we can move to more efficient strategy. What is nanotechnology? Is the use of medical tools, at the level of the nanometer. And this is very important because, the size of protein that induce the disease is at the nanometer level. And we have many devices coming from nanoelectronic. iPhone, it's 10 nanometer silicon chips. So we have a very powerful device that are the size of the mechanism of the disease, and you can use them to treat or to make diagnose more powerful, especially for brain disease. In medical research, you can have different strategy. The first strategy can be just to enhance the old methodology, but for brain disease, we need more. We need, as it is discussed for this night, new idea. We need real breakthrough to repair the brain and to treat disease that challenge all the biomedical research for years and years. At the same time, we have to be very careful. Is it science fiction? And how do I move utopia, new idea at the bedside, being ethical, safer for the patient? So for that, the first thing is to develop new model, to translate, to move innovation at the bedside. And most of the cover of Nature and Science, you won't meet them at the hospital. Why? For two reasons. Because to move from idea to the proof of concept at the clinical level is something very difficult and very complex. It's much more than a cover in a research paper. And also because it's very difficult to have innovative area. So to do that, a good example is what we did with Michael, to meet, on the shelf, new technology that are not in the health system. And we tried to do that with Michael, discussing and finding new technology to move them at the clinical level. So to be more efficient, but also faster and safer for the patient. So I will try to give you a practical example with the concept of brain-computer interface. What is it? You have a traumatic injury, medullary traumatic injury. So you cut the communication between the brain and your arms. So you cannot move anymore. So what is the idea? You still have, when you think, an electrical activity. So the idea, when you think something, you think that you want to move, is to catch the electrical activity with a device, to use a computer to translate this electrical activity to move a robotic arm or an exoskeleton, for example. So to catch the electrical activity inside the brain, you have different technology and different strategy. It can be outside the brain, it's EEG, it's not invasive. It can be at the surface of the brain, it's ECOG, and it can be very close to the neuronal activity. So it's electrodes, array, like the UTA array, that are introduced inside the cortex. So it's highly invasive. You can see the first example with EEG, and the idea is to catch the electrical activity to move an exoskeleton. You can see the exoskeleton that was developed in Grenoble, and also the American project of Nicoleis. It was the World Cup in Brazil. So you see, it's something very impressive, but when you discuss with the patient, and when you want to translate, it's very important not only to show a nice video with something that looks like a miracle, but to discuss with the patient. And if you discuss with the patient, they say, this is not good. My well-share is better. So research group try to go deeper and to improve the technology. A good example is the EcoG. So you see the electrodes. They are introduced at the surface of the brain. So you have to open the skull. And this patient will learn to use this device to activate brain activity. First, for example, to move something on a computer. So it's something very difficult, like to learn walking or speaking when you are a children. And at the end, using a computer or software that translates electrical activity, he can succeed to command this robotic arm, to have, he's tetraplegic, he is not able to move. And you can see here, after 1 year, that he is able to move this robotic arm. From the clinical point of view, it's nothing, but you can see that it's also very important because it's the beginning of a motor autonomy for this patient. Is it possible to have something much more efficient with the real complexity of the motor activity? So this was done with the Utah array by the group of Donoghue in the US. You see these electrodes. So again, like before, the patient had to learn to use a device that is inside the cortex. It's very long. And at the end, she succeeded to do something very complex with the robotic arm. Again, like for the exoskeleton, from the clinical point of view, usage point of view, for every day, you won't like to come back at home with a robotic arm. So could we move again with a better technology? It is possible, and this was done by the group of Ali Rezai this year, and you can see no more exoskeleton, but a neuronal derivation, the Utah array, the brain, that directly commands the muscle with electrical stimulation directly on the arm. And this time, it's really the beginning of a real autonomy with complex movement, playing guitar or something like that. Is it possible to do something much more complex than motor activity? Eye behavior in the brain. So in Grenoble, we start a clinical trial, and the idea was to do brain-computer interface for speech. For example, when you have stroke, you are not anymore able to speak. And the idea is to use the electrical activity of the brain area that command the speech behavior to use a specific software and to command a speech synthesizer. This could be presented as a miracle. In fact, in this research, we are very cautious and we go step by step. So the first step that starts with 2 patients this year is just doing open surgery for brain tumor to catch the electrical activity and to demonstrate that the computer can do the same of the speech and can command the speech synthesizer. So now we succeed on that, and we are moving to use the Utah array and to go deeper, step by step, in this BrainSpeak program. In summary, it's a good example of neurotechnology that is developed step by step. The technology concept was demonstrated. The benefit for the patient is very low. It took more than 10 years to reach a clinical benefit, as you saw with the neuronal derivation. We had to be very careful to learn from the patient the clinical need, usage, not to be techno-push. At the beginning, exoskeleton was really something techno-push, but to implement a step-by-step and ethical progression. And to be sure, at the beginning, this concept was science fiction, but with a good translational methodology, it's now a pragmatic reality at the bedside. The main problem is long-term stability, because when you introduce the electrodes, you induce inflammation and lesion, and after 2 or 3 months, you have to remove the device. So what is the technology perspective? The nanotechnology perspective is to anticipate brain-computer interface device that are physiologically integrated inside the brain using nano device. And for sure, the priority is to develop next generation neurotechnology, and this will be the presentation of Michael Rook.
Thank you, Francois. So, as Francois mentioned, this amazing stuff, which almost looks like magic, is created by sequential advances, step by step, almost pedestrian advances in the laboratory, in the clinic. And somebody said, I forgot who it was, Arthur C. Clarke, I think, that any advanced technology becomes ultimately indistinguishable from magic. And so that's kind of a theme here, but we're scientists, and so the way we actually get to this magic is going from A to B to C, building bridges to this advanced technology. Now, what I want to talk about is kind of what's coming down the pike. Francois described where we are in terms of the brain-computer interface and these neuroprosthetics for people that have impairment. And I'd like to tell you from nanotechnology. I'm a physicist and a nanotechnologist, so I want to tell you what we're working on, which is the next generation that will be coming down. Now, why do we want a next generation? You can think of it in terms of like a high-definition screen. The brain-computer interface that enabled the woman for the first time to drink from that cup that Francois showed you only had 100 electrodes. And as I'll tell you in a moment, the human brain has 100 billion neurons, right? So it's only a drop in the bucket. And it's as if you got rid of the millions of pixels here and we're only looking at 10 pixels. It's amazing that the brain is adaptable, and with only this 100 electrodes that you can actually control this kind of motion. But clearly, if you want to make prosthetics for speech or for vision, we need much more higher definition sort of interfaces. And so that's what I want to talk to you about. But first, I want to tell you about how complex the brain is and just give you an appreciation for the task at hand. The story sort of begins with this guy with a wonderful mustache here, Camillo Golgi. He invented a stain that when you use that stain, only 1 in 1,000 neurons takes it up. If you stain all the neurons, the brain becomes a black pulpy mess and you can't do anything. But if you stain 1 in 1,000, then this guy sitting at the microscope, who also got the Nobel Prize for this work early in the 1900s, spent his life using Golgi's stain and looking at the beautiful complexity, all these trees of connections that individual neurons have. One of his comments at the end of his career is, these are maybe he lost faith in his ability to move forward, but these are impenetrable jungles where many investigators have lost themselves. Well, fast forward to the future now, we can stain 1,000 and 1,000 neurons with different colors, and we can see the full complexity of the brain, and it's pretty damn complex. Look at this. This is zooming into, this is a slice of a mouse brain, and we're zooming in. This is called brainbow, a technique using genetic encoding to express different random colors in the brain so we can look at its full complexity. If we zoom into the hippocampus, which is involved in memory and memory consolidation and sleep and many other things, there's a layer of cells. Look how dense all those cells are. Those are about 20 microns in diameter. That's about 1/6 of the diameter of a human hair. And projecting out of it is all the cabling that connects to those. Each neuron has 1,000 to 10,000 wires that are going out of it and connecting to other points in the brain. So when we think about inventing technology to create these kinds of prosthetics, we're facing really challenging problems. These 3 wise men in science, Francis Collins, who's the director of the National Institute of Health, at least for a little while longer, depending on the current institute, Roger Penrose, who's a theoretical physicist, and Michio Kaku, who's a cosmologist, say this is probably the most complex entity in our known universe, the brain. Let's think about the brain as a computer. The brain, as I said, the human brain has about 100 billion neurons. Each one of these connects to 1,000 to 10,000 wires to other neurons. And so that's 10 to the 15 or 1,000,000 trillion synapses in the brain. That sounds insurmountable, right? And that just sounds mind-boggling. But I want to point out, and this is sort of on which our efforts are predicated, a supercomputer has a similar number of transistors as there are synapses in the brain. And it's based on this idea that 6 scientists, me being included, got together and worked with Obama's White House Office of Science and Technology, which is slated for elimination, by the way, in the current administration, and convinced the Obama administration to launch this new frontier in incredibly complex brain-computer interfaces and neurotechnology based on nanoscience. And this was launched at the beginning of 2013. Now, I want to talk about resolving brain activity, and I want to continue with this very imperfect analogy to a computer. The story here starts with Lord Adrian, and he was a guy around 1926. He used some of the first vacuum tubes and made a really sensitive amplifier and stuck some electrodes into some neurons and saw for the first time that neurons give little electrical spikes when they're active. This is like what computers do. It's not a great analogy, but I'm going to press it forward. We can think about circuits for computers on the right, and we can think about brain circuits. The entities of these circuits are, for the brain, individual neurons that aggregate to create brain circuits. As I said, 100 billion neurons in the human brain. And for a computer, it's all the individual logic gates that are made up of individual transistors. What's the information that flows with these? Well, the fundamental thing that we can look at is the spiking of the neurons, and that's quite similar to the voltage transitions in a computer, the individual logic gates that go from 0 to 1, voltages, discrete voltages that we represent the binary elements for binary computation. Okay, pushing this is an imperfect analogy, and you're going to see this in a moment, but it's very interesting to actually look at why it's imperfect. So as we go forward, we could ask the question, well, we know with computers, if we want to understand the spatiotemporal evolution of all these logic transitions that give rise to information and computation, if we want to look at this in real time, we can put a multiplicity of probes on the computer chip and look at all these individual logic gates in the computer making these transitions. And I'm here to tell you that we can also do this in the brain. Here's a cartoon of a neuron and a cartoon of some of our nanoscale neural probes. We can make little electrodes that are smaller. This is, again, about 1/6 to 1/8 of the diameter of a human hair, an individual neuron. And we can put many electrodes in there and just read out, if they're in close proximity to the neuron, these individual voltage transitions. And so the question is, can we use this advanced semiconductor technology, this technology that's the most advanced technology that we as humankind have come up with, to actually begin to build complex instruments, interfaces, to interact and understand the brain? Since we're predicating this on transistors, let me say a little bit about how this explosion of complexity in computers has evolved. Gordon Moore, who's one of the trustees of Caltech, and he got his PhD at Caltech, back in 1970 made a prediction that this complexity was going to grow exponentially over years. And so this shows basically the last 45, 47 years, I guess, since the invention of the first integrated circuit, that we've gone from 1,000 transistors to, 10,000 million transistors, 10 to the 10 transistors per chip. So this is immense upscaling, exponential upscaling. And we made an important transition, or there's an important juncture in time in 2010. That's when it became possible per chip to put 1 billion transistors per chip. So that's why we can get, a bunch of these chips. Now you start to get up to 10 to the 15 transistors. And we carry around, literally billions of transistors in our pockets and in our backpacks, whatever, every day with our computers and what have you. Now, what's the consequence of this? The consequence is that, similarly, over time, the speed of computation has greatly increased. All those transistors mean that we can do more and more computation, and the fundamental unit of computation is called the flop, or the floating point operation per second, okay? And today, this inexorable trend is trending towards exaflop, or exascale computing. That's 10 to the 18 transitions per second. It's hard to wrap your mind around that, but an exaflop would be if whatever, it's 4 billion people on the planet, and if you wrote everyone's name in full 1 million times a second, all 4 billion people, that would require exascale computing. It's a bad example, but it's the only one I came up with. Okay. So, let's think about the brain in comparison. I said they were similar complexity, at least in terms of transistor count and neuron count, or synapse count. Let's invent a fanciful thing, an analogy to flops, the brain operations per second, okay? And they haven't evolved in the last 50 years, but I'm putting this time axis on the bottom for an important reason that I'll come to. So we can essentially extract, on average, that a mouse brain that has 75 million neurons has about 75 megabops of computational speed, and I'll make sense of this in a moment. A monkey brain, which has 6 billion neurons, gives you about 6 gigabops, and the human brain gives you about 1/10 of a terabop, okay? Now let's compare this to a digital computer. There's our exascale computer, and there's the human brain. It's 10 million times slower in terms of computational speed. But last time I checked, supercomputers do not have consciousness. So what gives? I mean, how is this slow, wet computer actually give rise to consciousness? Well, some people say that the brain is more than just spiking. It's actually a quantum computer. And quantum computers, you've probably heard, are exponentially more powerful than standard, ordinary classical computers. I think this is a stretch to say that the brain is a quantum computer, but I think the point that I want to make here is eminently valid, and that is that spiking is not enough, and that's what we're basing everything on today. But bottom line is we still don't have a clue of what are the fundamental bases from which consciousness emerges. Now, I want to move into massively multiplexed electrophysiology, which Francois talked about for building brain-computer interfaces. So this is the reason why I put the BOPs, the brain activity per second, on a plot. I can plot for the last 60 years or so how our technology has evolved to increase ultimately up to the task of resolving brain activity. And this shows different technologies, including the brain-computer interface that was used for the woman that picked up with only 100 electrodes. And what you can see, the thing that I want, you don't have to follow all the details, but the thing that I want to convey to you is that progress has been, by any measure, pathetically slow. By this sort of measure and extrapolating where we are today, it's going to take us another 85 years even to understand the complexity of computation, only the spikes that are going on in a mouse brain. Well, we're impatient. We want to move faster. And so we need to change the slope. We need new paradigms. And the new paradigm is basically to use this large-scale integration, which gives rise to our computer chips and all our computational complexity today, to actually build a new generation of ultra-high-density, large-scale integration brain-computer interfaces. So I'll show you a little bit, very quickly, of some of the work that we have ongoing at Caltech with our collaborators. That's our most recent, sorry, I'll go back. That's our most recent data point here, and it looks like it's on the same line, but let me assure you that it's not on the same line, okay? First, let me show you. In order to do this, you need to have a factory for building computer chips. And today, a factory costs $4 billion. That's the entry fee, right? So it's not everybody that can do this. You've got to figure out how you're going to partner with these foundries. And if you go to Intel and ask them, hey, can you build me some brain-computer interface chips? They ask you, do you have $100 million for a contract? And I say, no, I have $10,000. I'm just a professor, right? Okay, bzz, you hear the phone hang up. Okay, so in Grenoble, we've developed this collaboration to use this billion-dollar scale foundry to go off-axis from computational construction and actually to build things that can work in the biological world with this kind of complexity. And this shows an example of things that we've developed over the last 10 years and translated to the foundry over the last few years, built in Grenoble, where we have these little probes that can be implanted, as I showed you in cartoon before. These have a multiplicity of electrodes that are smaller than the size of individual neurons, and these can be gently implanted in the brain to understand and study the brain activity. How is this going? Remember 100 billion neurons in the human brain. Well, 256, this is the slow evolution that I said is going to take another 85 years to get to the mouse brain. We push it up to 1,000 channels, and it looks still on the same slope. But in fact, because we've actually realized this now, translated it to Foundry, used this large-scale integration, we're on a different slope. This is now funded this year by the NIH. I hope the funding stays. We have no idea what's going on in the future. But this shows our roadmap for what we're doing now. And you can see it's an entirely different slope, and it's not going to take 85 years to build the complexity. But there's a bit of an end of the road for this paradigm of sticking wires in the brain, even if they're nanoscale wires very small. Again, we want to push as hard as we can to get up to this complexity of the brain. And it turns out we need a different paradigm to do that. And that paradigm that we're pursuing, in fact, one of my senior scientists is sitting in the audience here, Laurent, is using photons, using light to interrogate and interface with the brain. So let me just tell you a little bit about that in conclusion. Nothing in the brain activity involves light. You know, if you open your brain up, you're not going to see, blinking lights and stuff in there, right? Except for in science fiction movies. There are things like spiking of neurons in the electrical domain. There's all sorts of neurotransmitters and neuromodulators. So in the brain, these chemicals are changing on a very fine scale. And that's part of the computation. That's part of the hidden stuff that we haven't probed yet. And when memory is formed, there's synapses that are formed. And when the memory goes away, the synapses break. And so things are moving around. So there's mechanical forces involved. None of these involve light. So we need a way of actually, we call it, transduce it into the optical domain, all of these fundamental activities of the brain. And the way we do that is we introduce into the brain what we call reporters. You don't have to understand all the details here, but what I want to tell you is that essentially these are things that translate from one place to another place, from, for example, electrical activity into light, what's going on when the brain is doing its computations. And so the way we do that is we implant the brain with either nanoparticle reporters or genetically induced molecules. This is called optogenetics. You may have heard about this. And what these little point molecules do in the brain is they sense their environment and they change their properties, the way they interact with light. And so then, once we have these in the brain, we can actually then send photons in and ask the reporters, what state are you in? And that state, of course, is determined by what's going on computationally in the brain. And then the photons that come back out are encoded with what's going on in the brain. Now, there's a problem with this, though. This is going back to our mouse brain. Brains are essentially, you can't get the photons in. You can't get the light in, except for in the most superficial regions. And so what we're doing at Caltech is using this paradigm of silicon large-scale integration, but replacing all the electrical circuits with photonic circuits, integrated nanophotonics, we call that, so that we can essentially implant the brain with all of the elements of an imaging system that will allow us to interrogate these molecular reporters and tell us what's going on. And this will get us up to multiplicity of millions for actually studying the brain. And so here's a sort of a cartoon form, and then I'll conclude with just a couple of pictures. We have these implantable probes that not only stimulate and ask the local reporters, what is your state? But then the photons come back and we capture those, and those photons have encoded the information about what the brain is doing. And we can do this at the million-fold scale and larger. And so here's some devices that we've made. They look like the first devices, the electrical ones, but we've replaced all the electrical circuits with optical circuits, and you'll see in a moment. So these are little microscale emitters. These are first prototypes made by my senior postdoc, Eran Segev, at Caltech. And it's really quite amazing, the performance of these things. There's a picture of Laurent there as well, because he's the sort of senior advisor on this. These are like little lightsabers, And the miraculous thing about them, it's not miraculous, it's step by step again, but the wonderful thing about them, these are at the microscale. These little lightsabers go out quite a long distance and maintain their profile so we can actually interrogate individual neurons in the brain. So this is where we're going. This is the future for brain-computer interfaces. And this last slide of the technology shows you controlling the little beams of light very fast, faster than the scale of the firing of the neurons to interrogate what the brain is doing. So I'll conclude with this section of the frontiers of brain-computer interfaces, that it really looks promising that with all the technology that we've invented for computers, I mean we, the global we can actually use this now and go in a different direction and begin to make a next generation of brain-computer interfaces that will give us very high-definition interaction, prosthetics, and then also lead to the question of enhancement of the human species. So this is now the next thing that we want to talk about is what are the ethical guidelines we should have for the emergence of this new technology, the merging of humankind and machines. So Francois will pick up this theme here.
So thanks to neurotechnology and to the work of Michael, we have fantastic opportunities to modulate the brain. And as a physician, as a citizen, I have a responsibility to know what I can do or not. So it will be a very naive and very short statement just to open the discussion. First, we have to be very careful. Some company or some guy in the field of the transhumanist movement creates a wellness sector and push for intervention in the normal body. We have to be very careful when I introduce a technology in the body. I can induce side effects. So the basis of medicine is the discrimination between pathology and absence of pathology, and especially the risk-benefit ratio. So if we want to introduce a technology without any pathology, we have to be very careful. We need regulation, and we need to be very careful about the mercantilization of the associated device and data coming from the body. Privacy, all this technology will give us a huge amount of information, maybe prediction, about the brain. And this is an incredible opportunity, but this information belongs to you, belongs to the patient. It is the privacy of the patient. I have to be very careful, utopia, but not charlatanism. I can have conflict of interest, trying to attract patients with dream, selling phantasm to attract financial support, and selling pseudoscience and charlatanism. And this is sometimes done by scientists like me. As said Michael, the brain is not a computer. We thought it was a computer in the 50s. Now we know it's an unstable network, renovated by stem cell biology, by the environment, by your history. So the human neural system is something disseminated and adaptive, something very complex. Performance is not intelligence. We need to sleep and we need to forget to contrive a performant, creative, and well-being mind. Hypermnesia, for sure, would be a pathology, probably moving us to Alzheimer's disease. And the performance that was demonstrated by the human Go and the failure of the human in front of the Google AlphaGo is not something related to human. It's just performance of the machine, but it's not the intelligence of the human body. And just to conclude, the perspective, for me, enhancement would be a pathology. And we have to know that low performance, mistake, errors are essential elements of the human brain creativity, intelligence, and morality. And as a conclusion, I would say, no enhancements, but let's do mistakes together to be real human. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for your presentation. So maybe we can make some mistakes together, because I as I understand it, intelligence is mistakes also and not performance. So what I suggest is that, because the schedule is a bit packed, is that we take like 3 or 4 questions and then you answer to them together, so that we can regulate the times. Do we have questions? Maybe you can, if you can stand up and just, let's.
And if so, like, what are the ethical implications of that? Because, I mean, once you have a computer that is simulating consciousness and is alive, I mean, how do you turn that off? And how do you, I mean, and I guess, is that then approaching what, the tech industry refers to as, like, the singularity, and then you get into the concept of, like, Skynet and, like, the scary stuff. But, I mean, in terms of chasing consciousness, like, what are the ethics of that?
Answer together. Oh, okay. There is another. You want to answer?
Yeah. So first about the singularity, in case everybody doesn't know what this code word means, that's when computers become self-aware. And what I try to convey is that we have this exascale computing, and it's nowhere near consciousness, and it's taken us 60 years to get there. We don't know why the brain gives rise to consciousness. It's slow, it's wet, it's sloppy compared to supercomputers. Nowhere on the horizon, despite, I think, what the pundits say, to my mind, is the singularity near. Now, so that should give us confidence that there are decades that we have to debate what's moral and what's ethical, and more, what is positive, what is desirable in terms of the technology goes. I think that's all I wanted to say.
I completely agree. We have to be very careful. What we know about the brain and the technology we can use to modulate the brain are far away the complexity of what is an individual human. So we have to be very careful, because singularity, it's also, the singularity as developed by Google in California here. For me, singularity is the individuality that we have to respect of the brain, of the body, and the singularity, I don't really understand what is it for Google, but for me, it's probably far away what I have as an ethical understanding of what is a human.
We have another question.
Yeah, my question is sort of about other technologies and how this compares to them. If we were here 100 years ago and we were talking about using petroleum to, for engines and things like that, we wouldn't be thinking about the atmosphere. We wouldn't be thinking about the atmosphere. We wouldn't be thinking about climate and things like that. So I'm wondering about systematic unforeseen effects. What type of systematic unforeseen effects would happen with widespread use of this type of technology? Or, I mean, it's unforeseen, obviously, but where are you thinking about areas where there might be problems?
So, is this mic working? Yeah, so it's interesting in this context to think about genomic manipulation. And this was an extremely frightening prospect to the public 40 years ago or so. And groups of scientists and ethicists got together and actually put safeguards in place about what would be ethical protocols for doing gene manipulations in the laboratory, so they couldn't freely promulgate, into the open biosphere. There's similar things that we need to and can debate about where this technology can go, but we can't foresee everything, right? We couldn't foresee global warming from the Industrial Revolution, right, as a natural consequence. And I would say the only answer to this is to always be engaged in looking at what we're doing, differentiating between what's possible, what's feasible, and what's desirable, and engaging the public and science in debates about there's a multiplicity of paths that we can take, which ones are the most optimal and productive. This is all expensive stuff, right? So, and the public is funding it, right? So we need, but let me make a caveat. If we don't do it here with ethical and moral controls, it will go on somewhere else. It's inevitable. This is where things are going. And so my view as a scientist is it behooves us to be right at the front lines, but with engaging philosophers and ethicists and the public at large to act in a debate about where we should go and what is, what's feasible and what is desirable.
I completely agree. And
We're supposed to argue with each other.
yeah. But in France, we have a huge debate with the precautionary principle. And for example, I know that with neurostimulation for Parkinson's disease, if the electrode is in the bad location, I can induce you by electrical power to be happy. And you are happy. But also to be sad. So, from this, clearly, with neurostimulation, I can modulate your mind. I can do something that moves you to some mood that is not your mood. And so what is very important besides this risk is not to prohibit everything, but for me to follow the impact of new technology. For example, reproductive cloning is a prohibit. For me, if a technology inside the brain modifies your autonomy, your freedom, the way you create new idea, new analysis of what is outside you, it should be prohibited. That means that it's very important to continue the development of neurotechnology, of highly innovative technology, but to follow the impact on the way your brain functions. And in France, I don't know in the US, we have the Biomedicine Agency that was created for genomic gene therapy. And we ask in France that the Biomedicine Agency follow what we do with this technology inside the brain. So not a conservative precautionary principle, open innovation, but to be controlled and to follow what is the impact.
But we have 3 more questions, so I propose, I'm sorry, we have much more questions and only 5 minutes. So what I suggest is that we take the 3 questions we had together and then you answer, and then if there are more questions, because we need to let the other people come, we'll speak outside from the room, if you don't mind. May I ask you to ask the questions very quickly, please? Thank you.
Well, first, in the conjunction of the 2 spheres of electronic investigation and neurological investigation, we had infatuation, we had enthusiasm with all the realms that the interface of technology and brain research could bring. And following that, we find ethics, protocols, caution, so on and so forth. So rather than continue to give rise to the fear so ably expressed by Elon Musk that we're going to build an AI that will destroy us, this concept of stepping back from the singularity, what I think will be noted in centuries to come will be efforts of this enthusiasm towards poetry, beauty, the highest realms of human achievement, not the damning of this infatuation by ethics and protocols. So what is the vision that can give rise to poetry and to beauty from the integration of these 2 streams of thought?
Hello. I want to hear me. Go ahead. I feel a little bit emotional because 15 years ago, the doctor found that I have a brain tumor and doesn't let me to touch computer. It's on the left side, and he's from France, the doctor, and tell, if you touch too much electric stuff or computer, the brain grow fast. And sometime I need to touch because my job, what is do. And I paralyze on the right side because I touch electric stuff. Now, it's interesting what really does the computer and lots of stuff. Right now, everything is electric. Right now, young children touch everything. I don't know if it's good for the future.
We'll take maybe if you want to start answering. And I can't get to you, so you have to stand up and speak.
volunteering? So, yeah, so you talked about how ethically we proceed with the implantation and stuff. Sort of no, just how the regulatory agencies, how is it possible that without being non-ethical, we can start to actually explore this stuff?
Okay. So your question is about the regulation. You know, when you have an innovative technology, to be able to have a clinical trial, and for example, all the brain-computer interface, at the beginning it was only one patient. You have to prove that it's safe with long-term follow-up in mice, in big animals like non-human primates, and you want to produce a device that is robust. So this is very long, and this is very expensive. And you have in France, but it's quite the same in the US. You have ethical committee with philosophers, people from the society. You have the regulatory agency, and at the end, you can do the clinical trial. So you know, it's very long. I think it's good to be regulated. It could be faster, and with brain-computer interface, when idea, because you know, when you have motor handicap, it's not a brain tumor, so the risk is high, because it's not a deadliness disease. So the idea was also to modify the relationship with the patient and with the family, and to have a new methodology, a new ethical methodology, to integrate after the approval the family and the patient as an active member of the research. So we have really, especially in the brain-computer interface sector, to modify also the ethical methodology for clinical trial.
So I'll try to answer really quickly the previous two questions, maybe 1 minute, okay, for 30 seconds each. Huh? Yes, okay. So sorry to give short shrift to your question about beauty, right? Which, okay. I will say that for me, the initial beauty that's implicit in what we're trying to do is illustrated in the amount of time that we spent in this presentation talking about prosthetics, trying to heal people as opposed to enhancements. We are entirely focused on prosthetics. We brought up enhancements because it's discussed in public, and it's something that presumably is an inevitable consequence that we should be thinking about. But we have decades to get this right, okay? So the beauty for me is being able to heal the sick, allow the blind to see, allow the deaf to hear. And the second question was about electrical impulses. So I'm a physicist, and I look for detailed microscopic mechanisms of how radiation or electricity interacts with brain tissue and the atoms and molecules that are involved. And I can say that I see no scientific basis for, in fact, what you're talking about, or furthermore, power line fluctuations causing cancer. We don't know as physicists. We can identify no mechanism by which this stuff happens. Now, is that a proof that it doesn't happen? No, because somebody can come along and one new theory that's proven experimentally can topple everything that we know in science, and that's what's wonderful. That's how science works. But from where we sit today, I don't think it's a problem, and nor do other scientists. And hence, moving forward with the kind of technologies that we talked about. Okay?
Thank you very much to the two of you, and thank you to everybody for your questions, and to the French Consulate for the organization. So now there will be the next session, so please, if you want to move now, because it's packed. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly leave the room if you are moving on to another conference. And the audience that is here for the conference Philosophy in the Age of Post-Empathy, you can take your place. Hello. Ooh, ooh. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to Bergamet Station and to this exciting night of idea. As I was saying before, we are here at the other side of La La Land, the other LA, the one that thinks. We have tonight our panelists and a conversation on contemporary Los Angeles and utopia, temporary and otherwise. And we have with us in conversation Yuval Sharon. Yuval is described by the Hollywood Reporter as the Los Angeles avant-garde opera darling. Yuval has been creating an unconventional body of work that seeks to expand the operatic form. He founded and served as artistic director of the industry in Los Angeles, directing and producing the company's acclaimed world premieres of Hopscotch, Crescent City, Invisible Cities, and In Sea. Starting with the 2016 and 17 season, Yuval will serve as artistic collaborator for the Los Angeles Philharmonic. Welcome, Yuval.
Thank you.
And Christopher Hawthorne. Christopher has been the architecture critic of the Los Angeles Times since 2004. He's also professor of practice at Occidental College of Architecture. Welcome. Enjoy.
Good evening, everybody. First off, a big thank you to the French Embassy and for this entire evening, which is so inspiring in an atmosphere where we're thinking more about dystopias and feeling like we're living in a dystopia, to be thinking about the future and thinking about where hope still resides and how the arts can help us through this time. And I also want to say I'm so grateful and happy to be sharing the stage with Christopher, whose work I've admired for so long. And I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you, and likewise.
So we thought that we might start with very brief presentation is maybe too strong of a word, but kind of brief introductory remarks, and then go into a dialogue, and then save room at the end for questions. So that's how we're thinking about the next 50 minutes kind of running. So I wanted to present something related to my last project here in Los Angeles that was called Hopscotch. And I'm presenting this because I think there is something inherently utopian in every great work of art. Because what a work of art really does, is look for that place where the real meets the unreal, let's say. That is how the material world offers a possibility for something that seems utterly impossible. That place where those two kind of intersect. I think that if a work is too realistic, we tend to get a little bored by it because it's a little bit too much like our own reality. And that's not necessarily what we look for in a work of art. If the work is too unreal, it becomes unrealizable. So it becomes something that actually can't be manifest in the real world. So you have to look for this very unstable and very difficult space. It's like a tightrope walk, between the real and the unreal. But the hope would be that through the audacity of walking that line, that people become inspired to realize that the world around us is not an inevitability. It's not something that just is and that we accept, but becomes something that in and among the spaces that seem like they have no room for development, no room for further creation, that there is the possibility, our own subjective possibility to make change. And that's something that I think art can truly inspire, and I think makes art continuously relevant at all times, and especially in difficult times. So that's a very long preamble to say that this project that we did, Hopscotch, was very much looking for that liminal space between the real world that we're in and this kind of future world that we're hoping to realize. The opera took place in cars that moved through Los Angeles. So 4 audience members at a time got into a car and drove through the streets for about 10 minutes and then switched cars and then saw another chapter of a story and so on and so forth well, there were 24 cars, basically. So you were able to move through LA with these small groups all over at the same time. Now, on one hand, it seems like when I describe it like that, it sounds kind of crazy. On the other hand, all it really was doing what most of us do every day, which is just moving through the city. But one of the things that we were aspiring to do with this project was to awaken our sense of the city life around us that we so often take for granted. And how can music and art and our performing art in general shift our attention to the things that we don't normally notice? Because we got really excited by the project, me and my collaborators, we started doing things like in this picture, you'll see us projecting through the 2nd Street tunnel. We had a projector strapped to the top of one of the cars, and at the right time, we projected this image that the audience looking out the window was able to see. But we also had more intimate sort of situations, like just being in the car with a musician and singer as you drove around, and the space between looking out the window and being in the space was really where the performance lied. You also went to various locations throughout LA, including some spaces that were quite spectacular, like the Bradbury Building, and kind of legendary, iconic LA sites. And then other spaces that were kind of like non-sites, like a parking lot or something along the lines of, here we're at the top of a rooftop that gives you a view of all of LA, and we staged one trumpet player all the way on another rooftop to coincide with what you were experiencing on your own rooftop. Ways in which these seemingly small gestures, when I look at it now, it kind of actually seems like a rather big gesture. But anyway, these small actions that contributed to a transformed sense of your city environment. But if that was all we were doing, that wouldn't be... if that was all we were doing, it might seem a bit lonely and small and intimate and maybe even potentially elitist. And what I really believe in is that the arts are for everybody and should be as accessible as possible. So for us, one of the most important aspects of the entire project was something that we called the central hub. Now, like I said, there were 24 cars that moved throughout LA, but there was this one central temporary space. It looked like this. It was on the parking lot of the SCI-Arc School, Southern California's Institute for Architecture. And right outside on their parking lot, we built this structure, which was made of wood and surrounded by billboard materials. And in that temporary structure, we had the live stream of everything happening in those 24 cars. So this is a space you could see for free. When you came into the central hub, you could see everything that was happening outside on the street around you. And you were given headphones so that you could watch whichever chapter you wanted to watch. So you had this ability to jump from one chapter to the other. And one of the things that I loved about this particular experience at the Central Hub was that it offered this kind of supernatural possibility of a simultaneity. The idea that you could be in one location and also be in multiple locations around the city at once. And so the idea of a singular time and singular space became kind of collapsed in this space. The reason that I thought of this space as kind of utopian is it became the space where all of the temporary structures, these structures that seem to divide our city into various neighborhoods, were all lifted. And it was the place where it felt like we were one city. And of course, Los Angeles being a city that is so famously or notoriously described as lacking a center, the idea of building something that became a temporary center seemed really important. So the idea of a space that was a kind of aspirational center seemed to me a really important statement for this project to make if it was so much about observing the landscape of Los Angeles. The Central Hub was also the place where, at the very end of each performance day, the cars drove in one by one, and all of the performers that were disparately located all over Los Angeles suddenly arrived at the Central Hub and created one musical piece. All of the various singers and musicians arrived in this space, and we had finally this collapse between the audience in the cars and this audience in this free Central Hub. And that musical experience was another one that I felt reminded me of why the performing arts have this kind of sense of a utopia, but one that is completely temporary, one that is fleeting and of the moment, and in an ideal situation is one that we can hope to carry with us out in the real world, that its only possibility for survival is truly through the people that experience it, and the story that they then tell to communicate that experience to other people. So that's what I was eager to start with as a conversation. So I'll turn it to you, Christopher.
Thank you, Yuval, and I want to repeat what you said, that it's a real pleasure to be here, and I think it's so important, and there's a kind of solace at this moment in just meeting together and talking about ideas and reaffirming the importance of ideas at the moment. I also thought this notion of a center for the centerless city was really apt, and when I wrote about hopscotch, I think I described it as a kind of Potemkin center, which is just perfect for Los Angeles. But as many of you know, and may have heard already this evening, last year, 2016, was the 500th anniversary of the Thomas More book, Utopia. And there were quite a few events marking that anniversary last year. So I was in many discussions, panel discussions, public discussions about Utopia last year, and one of them happened to be just a couple of days after the election, and here we are finding ourselves again having a conversation about Utopia just a couple of days after the inauguration. But when the More book came out, the Utopia in that book is literally an island. It's a place apart, and in the centuries after that book came out, Utopia as a literary concept was really thought of as a physical place apart, kind of separate geographically. And then once the world became connected in the modern world, that it was no longer possible to think about a place that was undiscovered or unreachable, or that we could only hear distant news from. In the way that it's described in the More book. And then, particularly when science fiction got a hold of that idea, that notion of utopia, it became distant in time rather than in place. And so utopias began to be places that were either in the past or the future, and then that separation, instead of being geographical, was time-based, and that was a significant shift in I think the conceptual framework of how utopia worked. But your projects, and I think we should also mention Visible Cities, which is the first industry project that I saw, which took place in Union Station, an opera based on the Calvino story, and that and Hopscotch both seem to me to present an alternative, not a utopia separated by place from our contemporary world or by time, but by the fact of its temporariness, by the fact that it would appear in the same place at the same time, which are two things that would seem to have ruled out a utopian project, right? Because the utopian project, at least the ones that I had thought about before seeing these productions, had to be separate either in place or time. But here was something that did have the utopian elements that you were describing, but was in our present day, and our present time in our city, and in fact allowed us, I think what was most remarkable about it was allowed us to see and think about Los Angeles in a different way. So that note, when we talked about, we first started discussing what we might talk about tonight, I think we both seized on this idea of the temporary utopia as being really relevant, clearly to your work, but also to an understanding of architectural and urban history and cultural history in Los Angeles. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that to kick off my part of the discussion. Also, for those of you who are standing, there are a few more seats toward the front. So come up if you don't want to stand. I think certainly inherent in the American idea of nationhood is a kind of utopian idea, kind of conceptual project, right, about creating a nation. And there's certainly a dystopian aspect that comes along with that, given that there's a population already here, and that's true in Southern California as well. But from the beginning, at least in a kind of Western sense of Los Angeles' idea of itself, or conception of itself, has been that sense of being a place apart, being a kind of utopian, conceptual, experimental project. And think about I think still one of the most significant books about the history of Los Angeles, Carrie McWilliams' book, Southern California, an Island on the Land, which is a book you should seek out if you're interested in Los Angeles if you don't know it, published in 1946. So, and even in that subtitle is this idea of it as being a place apart, an island on the land, which is almost literally what the utopian landscape in the Thomas More book is. It's an island that's been separated from the rest of the world by sort of political act, actually, to be carved apart. And that's sort of how McWilliams conceptualizes Southern California at that moment, just after World War II, as an island on the land that was, as he puts it, geographically attached, but to the rest of North America, but in no other way attached and completely separate otherwise. So from the beginning, there has been this sense of Los Angeles as being a utopian or separate project in that sense. But also in the architecture, there has been both, I think, a utopian idea and, importantly, for the purposes of this discussion, a really strong sense of temporariness. So if you think about some of the most important architectural landmarks or experimental architecture in Los Angeles, the Schindler House is probably the best example. Schindler talked about that, wanting to replicate the experience he had had camping in Yosemite and wanting a house that would feel temporary, that would feel like it could be taken down and put up somewhere else at any moment. And that has been a kind of through line ever since in LA. LA architecture all the way through to, if you think about the way Frank Gehry described his early work, he talked about wanting it to look like a building. He always wanted his architecture to look like a building that was under construction, that he thought that buildings were the most poetic when you saw them just after they've been framed but before they've been sort of covered in stucco and turned into often a kind of Spanish-style historicist kind of strip mall. If you think about typical commercial architecture here, he wanted to try to capture that moment when the building was still in formation, which is itself a kind of temporary and perhaps a utopian idea. So it just seemed to me there's a lot to get into in terms of a conversation about the way that our ideas about Los Angeles themselves have evolved.
Yeah, I think that brings up a lot of interesting points. And as you were talking, I was thinking to myself that the aspect of a temporary architectural structure that feels connected to an idea of utopia is because a temporary architectural structure actually tries to resist a sense of completion. And I think likewise, we all think of utopia as something that can't ever actually find its completion in this world. That actually the whole point of utopia is to continue to inspire us to want the better world. And we can't ever really reach it. It's utopia, utopia, we've talked about this on the phone, but utopia was literally translated to mean no place. So the idea that it actually can't be realized in any one place, at first in the Thomas More, you think to yourself, well, maybe it's some imaginary fictional location that none of us quite know. But it's located on the map maybe somewhere. But I think what's more interesting about the notion is that you can't ever actually realize it. You're just constantly on the way there. So a temporary structure allows the sense of the impossibility of a closure. So I actually think both about the structure of this central hub that we created, that the reason I wanted it to be a temporary structure, partially because it was a performance, and we didn't want to have a completely something that we'd have to maintain and decide to program for years and years later, but actually something that we would take up and put down with the life cycle of this particular production. But that idea that the completion of it is going to be the completion that the audience brings to it was something that I found very inspiring.
And what's really striking about this project and Invisible Cities is the way that they took some ideas which were embedded, I think, in literary ideas of utopia and brought them into the physical, into the architectural, the spatial, the urban realm. And what I mean by that in part is that you're right that the embedded in the utopian idea is that it's not realizable, and that's what's made literary explorations of it such fertile ground. And I heard Jonathan Lethem, once the novelist, talking about science fiction novels in particular, but he said something that really stuck with me, which was that when you're reading utopian or science fiction literature, really what you're doing is auditioning alternative realities. And he used that word auditioning, which suggests a kind of temporariness. And of course, that's the attraction of a literary utopia that you can test it out on the page or in your mind with the understanding that it's not something that's meant to be realized. And that you've taken that idea of auditioning, in a sense, a kind of different Los Angeles into the projects. And so that through moving through the city in a different way, looking at the city in a different way, you're auditioning in your mind a different future perhaps for the city, even if not a utopian one. It suggests some ways of changing the city that are in fact realizable. And that's why, to me, these projects tie into what I think of as a collection of some of the most important events and initiatives that have happened since I got to LA 12 years ago or so, and they have all been temporary in one way or another. So when I think of the most transformative projects in terms of my own understanding of Los Angeles or Los Angeles' changing understanding of itself, they have not been fixed buildings. They have been things like Ciclovia, for example, which has allowed people to move through streets that have been closed to cars and just move through at a different pace and see the city at a different angle, or the immigration, maybe most significant of all, the huge immigration rights marches that filled Wilshire Boulevard and Broadway and downtown in 2006. Or more recently, the Women's March, which I just wrote about in downtown Los Angeles, which did offer a new way of looking at downtown. These have all been absolutely utopian in certain of their elements, but they've been kind of bringing that kind of literary idea about what a utopian could be into the physical realm. But the other thing that really struck me going through experiencing your productions is that, and you touched on this a little bit in your introduction, that they're very much meant to be an alternate reality, but you can also really see the wires, and you can get a sense of a kind of logistically how difficult it must have been to arrange them, or you run into people who aren't part of the performance or the audience who don't really know what's going on. That kind of tension is always an interesting part of it. So I'm just wondering how much you think about making that those differences explicit in the work, and how much you play with those ideas.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I think of that as really central. Let's say that the artificiality of this particular structure was really key from the beginning. To say that this utopian or kind of idealized community that we're creating for this very liminal time is something that is highly mediated. That is, it's taking this piece of art to bring us all together and create the sense of a utopia. And so it actually requires a sense of the artificiality, not in a negative sense, not artificial in the idea that it's not authentic, but just saying that it's mediated and constructed, but constructed towards some sort of higher goal. So to me, the wrong thing to have done in this case would have been to have some sort of like beautiful, immersive, solid gold piece, that made you feel like, okay, we've arrived at heaven on earth, and now all we have to do is maintain it, and keep it alive. That to me would not quite feel like a utopia, because the problem with that would be one person's gold, as we know, is another person's prison. So that's something that that's something we have to sort of keep in mind, is that something that is more temporary or more artificial allows for the possibility of the individual spectator to complete it and to realize it in sort of their own way. So that nature of that artificiality is really key. And to touch on something that you had discussed about, something I wanted to ask you about was thinking about how then things that are not intended to be temporary structures still maintain the essence of a utopian desire. And I bring that up in relation to the project I did at Union Station that Christopher talked about, Invisible Cities, because that took place in that train station, which was, I feel, what's beautiful about it now is the sense of utopia that you got of the creators of that building in the 30s, They didn't necessarily think it was the last train station, the last great train station in the country, but that's how it sort of turned out, is that it was kind of the last of these palaces. And the idea that you arrive into LA at that, especially in the 30s, and feeling like you got at the end of the, to the end of the world, to this paradise. And so it's kind of designed with this feeling of this kind of pleasure palace. It sort of became the kind of perfect location for an opera that was supposed to take place, at least partially, in Kublai Khan's pleasure palace. There was the idea that you arrived at some place that was still so unformed and so new that it could be a kind of perfect reality. Now, looking at it from the point of view of the of car culture, we look back at it, and its view of utopia feels quite quaint in some ways. It's kind of like, I always thought of it as, there's a great song by the title, Nostalgia for the Future. And I thought that kind of feeling of a nostalgia for the future is what you really get in a place like Union Station. So so there's a weird level of trying to uncover the idealistic aims of a building generations later, that I just wonder how you see happening right now in structures that are meant to be maybe more permanent.
Well, I think Union Station is kind of the perfect example to explore the ways in which I think the seeds of dystopia are always embedded in utopia and vice versa, because that building actually, there were the plans to build a Union Station to bring the various rail companies together go back to around 1910, if not before. But it took so long to get it built. There were all kinds of legal challenges. It wound up in the Supreme Court, I think, twice. So by the time that building finished, it was actually 1939. And that building, actually, we think of it as representing a golden age of rail travel in Los Angeles, but actually, by the time it opened, it had taken so long, it was already clear by 1939 that cars were the future and that car culture was ascendant. And that so embedded in the architecture of the building actually is a kind of mournful, nostalgic quality about rail. So we think of it as, we think of ourselves projecting that nostalgia onto the building, but I think the architecture of the building actually contains that, and I think that is very much true of the history of Los Angeles in its built environment. And that's the tricky thing about making any of these experiments permanent, because as you said, one person's utopia is someone else's dystopia, and probably the clearest example in Los Angeles is the freeway system. So when it was built, it represented this kind of incredible ambition about how Los Angeles could be knit together as a new kind of city. And if you think about Rayner Banham, the British critic who came here and wrote a book really extolling this new kind of urbanism of Los Angeles. He wrote this book called The Architecture of Four Ecologies, and one of the ecologies is what he called autopia. So for him, the freeway was a literal representation of a kind of utopia, and he was obviously very explicitly playing with that idea. But as the freeways were being built, of course, they were very much a dystopia for all the people whose communities were getting sliced through and communities that were getting displaced. Union Station, for that matter, is built on old Chinatown, and all of the old original Chinatown, Los Angeles, had to be pretty violently taken down and moved out of the way to make room for that, and the freeways are the same kind of a story. So there's always both sides of that. I heard someone talking about the formation of Israel too, as in one way you think of Israel as the quintessential utopian conceptual project, but for other people it was, it's been a dystopia from the beginning. So I think you can't have one, in executing it in any kind of physical form, you can't have one without the other. But you seem to find a little way through that in just having things that went up for a day and then came back down.
Yeah, I guess so, because that is true. That's with performance. You build this community for the brief period of the performance that then dissolves, instead of trying to build a nation like you just described, and trying to maintain it. That really is the bigger challenge. In many ways, I feel like my job's pretty easy, because it is the invention of these temporary utopias. But with the hope that, but I think part of that is, from the artist's standpoint, that's what I can do. I'm not going to pretend I'm a head of state that knows how to then turn those ideas into something that with the responsibility to turn those ideas into something more permanent. But I always think that my role and I hope the artist's role in general is to think about how, I really think to myself that art's really not there to change the world. I know that sounds maybe a little strange because I don't know, shouldn't we all be wanting to change the world to be better? But I actually think the art itself can't do the work of changing the world. What I think it can do is inspire the wish in the audience to want to change the world, because the piece of art itself, as soon as it has a direct message, it's not really art anymore, even when it seems like it's purely obvious that, of course, we want this and we want that. But then it becomes something more like propaganda, and much less like something that, for the audience, gives them the freedom of thought and the ability to use their rational, their rational senses to want something better, and to then go out in the world and do something about it. Because that's, so anyways, yeah, I don't think art changes the world, it inspires the wish to change the world.
So I have a question about that, but first I think it's important to acknowledge that when it comes to this relationship between state power and, let's say, utopian thinking, that we're absolutely through the rabbit hole at the moment. If you think about the way that the first week or so of the Trump administration seems to have been directed pretty clearly by Steve Bannon, from the inaugural address to what we've seen in the last couple of days. This is somebody who was quoted calling himself a Leninist and saying that his desire is to bring the entire state, the apparatus of the state crashing down, bring the entire establishment down. This is language that is very different from the kind of language that we think of as the state's relationship to, let's say, thinking about a utopian project. And it's very different from a kind of dystopian project in a way, too. But the language and the rhetoric is put us in an entirely new situation, it seems to me, and it'll be fascinating and challenging to see what kind of response we get. But the question I have is what all of that, what you just described, means as the industry moves forward, as it grows. If you had an opportunity to do, as you have an opportunity to do more things in fixed pieces of architecture like concert halls, or to look forward a little bit, if you had the opportunity to build your own concert hall building, whatever it was, would you take it? Do you prefer being able to be nimble and move in and out of spaces and do things that are not architectural, really?
That's a really great question. I know the practical side of me would say that if someone said, would you like your own theater for your own work, I'd probably say, let's talk about it and figure that out, because that sounds like a great opportunity. But then, of course, the work that I've been the most excited about is the work that is responsive, and is responsive to a community, is responsive to a city, and responsive to the time and place in which it's happening. I think that is, for performing arts, that seems to me so critical, is to be able to be so in the space and in the time of the making of it. So a piece like Hopscotch was absolutely responsive to the very streets that we were moving through. And there was an exciting temporality about that that I think really spoke to a lot of people. Same with Invisible Cities and the first project that we did, Crescent City. And I think, with the shift of our political reality, after the depression, the deep depression kind of wore off, I have to say I got really motivated to get back into making work, because as a company that is responsive, that isn't set in saying, all right, what are we doing next season with our 80-piece, what are we doing 4 seasons from now with our 80-piece orchestra and our blah, blah, blah. All of these things that are happening next season in most companies have been planned for years, which means they can't be responsive in the same way to the now, the here and the now. The industry, my company, doesn't have that problem, which allows us to be entirely responsive to the work that we're doing, and all of the upcoming projects feel like, in a way, a direct outgrowth of what we're experiencing now, which gives us a chance to really speak to the fears, the anxieties, the emotions that all of us are going through, and hopefully through that to be able to put that into a form of expression, not to anathesize it, but to aestheticize it, so that we can actually give each other, ideally, the spirit to move forward and find our way forward and realize that we're all in this situation together. And the temporal quality of what we want to do, I think. The next project that we're doing is going to actually take place on the beach in San Pedro around an enormous bonfire. It's the Brecht play Galileo that we're setting with new music. And I just think this feels like what we all need right now. Not the 4 people in a car being alone and then hopefully coming together at this finale. To me, I look at these pictures, I feel like we would never do this project now. You know, if this project were planned for this fall, I'd probably cancel it because I don't think it would make any sense. This is not the right, or I would come up with a brand new story to relate it to now. But the aspirational quality of what hopscotch was as a apparatus, to me, would be so out of sync with what we're experiencing now.
Which part would seem out of sync? The car part, the center, the bringing people together at the end. That would seem.
It would be the center would be the thing that would still remain, because I think that is exactly what we need more than ever. Are these gathering, this idea of gathering together and the communal space where we can exchange ideas. That's the most important part. But the idea of something that is separate and private and set aside, even though the central hub mitigated that, the very notion of that now feels to me not right anymore. Also, what it's exploring, in a way is something that feels, I'm still trying to articulate it for myself, but what it seems to be expressing, I think, if we were doing it now, it would be doing something so much more isolated and set off. That I wouldn't feel good about committing all of the energies of that. I mean, to create that piece took, over 200 people and, a lot of fundraising and a lot of this and a lot of that. I think now the call is to something much in a way, grander and much more loud, much bolder. I mean, there was funny enough, as crazy of an apparatus as this was, there was a quietness about it because you were sort of left alone on the streets, or I don't know, some people didn't agree. People may not agree with it, but I don't know. I mean, you were in the car and were able to observe the city street with both immersion and detachment. And I think what we need now is engagement without the detachment. So the idea of a fire and lots of people gather around this fire to tell this story of when truth found its way into the world, that despite authorities' wish to chop off the legs of truth and to silence truth, especially scientific truth, environmental truth, the idea of Galileo trying to tell people the Earth is not at the center, and if you look through this telescope, you'll see the facts. The authority that said, we don't want to look through the telescope, we don't need the telescope, and for you inventing the telescope, we're putting you in jail. To tell the story of this experience where it's so obviously overcome. Humanity has overcome that for hundreds of years. The idea of telling that story in this fable-like way, in this way that's around this fire, I hope it inspires everyone that comes to it to realize that the power is actually still in our hands. There's a line from the play that I love, which is the triumph of reason is going to be the triumph of reasonable people, because it is still us as our subjective element on reality that has the possibility to still change even the situation we're in now. Even when it seems like we don't know what that is. We don't know what that way is, but.
Questions about that. First of all, in terms of looking forward, something bolder, bigger, does that mean moving out of Los Angeles? I mean, I think one of the risks is that we begin to congratulate ourselves here about in a certain kind of opposition and forget that we're talking to each other, and so do you think that doing something bolder will require getting out of the city, or doing a project that straddles one side of a border or another, or one part of America or another? I mean, how do you think about that, whether you can do that kind of work still in Los Angeles?
Well, I think I'd like us in the next few years to be thinking about straddling borders. Especially the nearest borders. But I think in the wake of what just happened, we need to stay local first. Because I think that I am constantly reminded that our strength is in this gathering of people. Some people would call that preaching to the converted. I don't see that as a danger right now. I see that as a necessity because we need to preach to each other to stay awake and to stay engaged and to stay active. That's, I think, extremely important, and the action we can take locally can have an inspiration that transcends that.
I think what you said about reason is really important because I think one of the most interesting debates that's going on in the left at the moment is whether the left has sort of ceded a kind of imaginary, speculative project to the right. If you think about, I mean, this administration is hugely speculative in terms of its treatment of facts, and I think there's a really interesting question about whether the left has been, if you think about the split between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, for example, whether that was a failure of the imagination to think about a different kind of Democrat or whether we were better off thinking in very pragmatic terms about who is electable. What are your feelings, not just in political terms, but in artistic terms about, I mean, your work, I think, already straddles that line because it does, as I was saying at the beginning, there are these imaginative, speculative scenarios that are playing out in a place that is also very much part of the day-to-day, and you see people going about their business, going to catch a train in Union Station, or you see people throughout the hopscotch route. So I'm just wondering how you see that question of how we think about reason, from your point of view as an artist, how you think about reason at this moment and whether we need to put all our eggs in that basket and fight against the erosion of that, or we think about our own kind of speculative political future. Do you see my point?
Yeah, it's a great question. Since we only have 10 minutes left and we want to open it for questions, I will just say that I personally believe the projects that I've done that are about the everyday world and looking for the utopian or the ideal in the everyday world, I hope what it mostly did was allow us to look at the everyday world and see where are the gaps in there for us to imagine the better scenario. How can we take the world around us as a field of possibilities? And I do think that art offers us the reminder that our perspective is incredibly narrow, pathetically narrow, really. And that with the opportunity to open up our blind spots, that things that we first thought were impossible are actually quite realizable if we put our efforts towards it. And that I think that has micro and macro repercussions. I might leave it there so we can open it to questions.
Yes, do we have any question from the audience? We just have time for couples, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Hello. LA's been known as a city that's been fractured into a lot of different communities. In those communities, what sort of emerging utopias do you see coming? I would suggest, say, someplace like West Hollywood, perhaps, or Century City, but do you have any others?
I think in terms of the way that the city's been fragmented, we're finally seeing the end of a kind of utopian project. So one of the things that made Los Angeles attractive to architects and artists and others in the most of the 20th century was that this was a place you could come and create your own personal utopia. So even as a working class family, you could come and buy into this very particular Los Angeles dream, which was to be in a big metropolitan area but have your own utopian landscape. So instead of building one big Central Park, we advertised the fact that everybody could have a little sliver of Central Park in their backyard. And that both was a very deeply utopian idea, and it produced a lot of really important architecture at the level of the single-family house. But that was not a sustainable way eventually to build an entire region. And I think we finally, even the time that I've been in LA, begun to realize the limits of that essentially utopian idea and realize that we do have to acknowledge the collective and that we can't all escape into our enclaves. But the city was very much built around that idea. And of course, the freeway, as I mentioned, really supported it. And so for me, the fracturing of that idea and the notion now that it's impossible to buy into that dream, and therefore we have to think about a new way of at the very least housing ourselves, but also of living in this, being in this city, has opened up a whole new way of thinking about how we define the city. So for me, it was the kind of the end of that. There was people found a lot of possibility in the fragmentation and the idea that you could disappear and that those kinds of enclaves were possible to build even at a very small and modest and economical scale. And I think we've finally collectively begun to realize the limits of that idea, and that's opening up all kinds of interesting possibilities about new ways of defining the collective, and I think about your work as being absolutely an outgrowth of that.
Yes, a couple of things. I was just discovering your idea of a temporary collective in which a lot of the demographic and regarding dynamic of location shifts and change. Your work is more installation or temporary to bring together and unify certain aspects of community life and provide vitality to it with a visual sense of change in a temporary way. And the other question is, I've lived here for a long time and grew up here, and I've seen a lot of shifting and gentrification and actually building and development of a lot of commerce and rising in living expenses and neighborhoods changing because of the influx of new communities due to changes and shifts in the economy, and also driving away those individuals or longtime residents that had established their lives. It's a vague question, and how do you feel about gentrification and change, and every neighborhood that we live in or grew up in will cope with this flux? Is that something you can answer?
Sure. I mean, I have a probably unpopular point of view on this question. I think that the biggest problem in this city over the last generation is we've not built enough housing. We have kept an unnaturally low. We've produced housing at a rate much lower than we ought to have in terms of the growth in population. And there are a lot of things that have restricted that production, and I think that the problem has not been too much change, but not enough change in terms of how we think about housing in this, and that we're still trying to cling to an idea which is essentially suburban in nature in terms of how we build the city. And that. And I want to say one thing about the collective. I think the interesting shift that's happening, and this is really tied to this question of the temporary, is that a lot of the events that I mentioned as being so transformative, Ciclavia or the immigration marches, there's been a sense that the collective is important, but it's also something that we have needed to relearn. I mean, first of all, I think it's important to say there is a long history of public and collective action in this city, and a really robust public space before World War II that we tend to forget about, and that we radically privatized the city after the war. But we forget that in the DNA of the city is a kind of more public idea of civic architecture and public space. But that after those many decades of privatization, we had sort of forgotten about how to make public space and even to be in public space in a collective way. And so that these events that I've talked about being so important were important in part because they were contrived examples of the collective. So just like the Potemkin Center, they were fitting for Los Angeles because we needed a kind of contrivance to bring us together, and I think it's interesting to think about whether we can move out of that into a sort of more natural or organic notion of coming together as a collective, and I'm not sure I know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer either. I'll just maybe briefly, I can't answer your question, and it's a topic for a much bigger conversation, but I will say that especially after Hopscotch, I've been thinking about the role of artists in gentrification, because it's a tricky line, and I think a lot of people think that there is a complicit relationship between artists and gentrifying forces in architecture or in real estate or in the development of a neighborhood. I think before Hopscotch, I would have thought, yeah, well, the arts. Not really, because the arts are, we're too poor to own real estate. is what, like what I think that my first thought was. But after hopscotch, I've been thinking a lot more, and I don't have an answer, like I said, but just thinking about what a cultural gentrification might mean, and especially in a city like LA, where even that is so significant, where the voice of the community is maintained. It's too complicated to get into here. I'd like to find a way in which, especially with much bigger problems facing us right now, looking for ways in which the individual voice doesn't get lost in the collective, but that we find this way in which we can maintain our autonomy as individual people, and remember that we're in a community, that we're in this all together, and that our community is actually stronger for the diversity of the voices. That shouldn't be that one person is left out of the conversation because of someone else's privilege, but that everyone's voices are harmonized. And it's actually one of the things that I love the most about opera as an art form, because it is the art form where lots of difference is made harmonious. I could go on about that for a longer time, but
really quickly, I just want to say I'm glad you mentioned the individual, because I think even as we celebrate a kind of new public spirit in this city and a new collective spirit, it's important to realize that there is something that's in danger of being lost too, and that a lot of people specifically came to Los Angeles in a kind of utopian gesture. They came here to get away from another place because they could disappear as individuals, because they could have a kind of creative and individual life here where they weren't burdened by the weight of the collective or weight of history in the way they were in a more traditionally organized city like New York or Chicago or London, and that was really appealing to people, and that was part of what made Los Angeles an attractive destination, and we do need to be careful not to lose sight of that too.
Well, thank you so much, and you certainly, thank you very much. And I wanted to thank the French consulate as well for organizing this wonderful night, which is just starting. You can, of course, ask questions to our panelists outside while the next conference moves in. Our charming panelists will be there if you still have some question. It's never long enough. Thank you very much for all for coming. I will ask kindly for the people that are leaving to leave pretty swiftly so we can let in the people for the other conference, unless you want to stay for the next conference, which is going to be about philosophy in the age of post-empathy. We can keep the going to pull my little cord. Thank you so much.
No.
No, why?
They wanted to spend the night.
Oh, I know. They always do. The next ones will too. I will. Thank you. I'll take care of it.
I don't know how they're going to do the next time.
There's 4 people in the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat for our next panel and liberate the passage so that our next speakers can join us. We still have 2 seats in the front here.
Non, le micro était coupé pendant un petit moment. Mais merci, vous faites formidablement bien, on est à temps et tout, c'est magique. Wow. C'était dur, le dernier, il voulait passer la nuit. Hein. Il voulait passer la nuit là.
Presentation at all?
I do not know. I don't believe so. Ils n'ont pas de présentation vidéo dans ce panneau-là. Non, non. Ok, mais voilà. Ok, no. Great. Bien. Ok. Dominique, voilà,
Yes,
Catherine
hello. How do you do?
Nice
to
meet
meet
you.
you.
Qui va juste simplement présenter le panel au public. Et voilà le reste du panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel. Welcome to a night of ideas. And thank you for the French Consulate for organizing this exceptional discussion. We have now, this panel is called Philosophy in the Age of Post-Empathy, otherwise known in Los Angeles as post-Trump. Oh. Let's only engage myself. Hello, hello, welcome, the one that come from France, the one that come from here. We have here this, we have Nicolas Bancel. Nicolas Bancel is a professor at the University of Lausanne, Switzerland, and visiting professor in UCLA. We have Kautar Archi, I hope I pronounced it correctly, a French writer, visiting scholar at UCLA. Alain Mabankou, je prononce correctement, j'espère. Alain Mabankou is a Franco-Congolese author and professor of French and Francophone study at UCLA. And Dominique Thomas. Dominique Thomas, professor and chair of the Department of French and Francophonie Study at UCLA. And all our panelists are prolific authors of many books. Welcome, and on with the passionate discussion.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome, and thank you to everybody for coming out. This is a fantastic turnout, and it shows that writing and words still matter. It's a real UCLA panel. We have some people who are there full-time, and we have some fantastic visitors from Switzerland, from France that are here, but it's also a very international panel. We're here to talk about ideas, philosophy, and so on, and we thought a thematic around the idea of empathy or post-empathy, the sort of, you know, the rise of far-right populist groups, political parties, and so on, the America that we're living in with now. And these are all sorts of questions that people have been working on from different angles. So I'm going to just jump right in with Alain. And so what's great here is that, you know, everyone on the panel They're usually used to speaking in French and so on too. So we're going to really put them under pressure tonight and make them perform. So please be patient, and then as we go along, we'll open the floor up to questions. So last year in France at the Collège de France, which is a fantastic educational facility that's been open for hundreds of years, Alain was invited there for the first time to be the chair of creative writing. They've never had a creative writer there, and they've had very few Africans in the history of this institution. And then on May 2nd, after he'd given a whole series of lectures and conferences, he organized a major international conference called Thinking and Writing Africa that was attended by literally 2,000 people. And then in October, he traveled with a whole group of other scholars and so on to Africa, to Dakar, and to the town of Saint-Louis, where a group of philosophers met for what's called the Atelier de la Pensée, the workshops for thinking and philosophy. So my first question to Alain, welcome, is for you to sort of talk a little bit about these fairly important developments. It was 1956 in Paris when the Sorbonne held the first ever conference of what was then at the time called Negro artists and writers. And we therefore had to wait 60 years for this kind of attention to be given to these kinds of questions in such an important institution. So a very simple question. What's the momentum? What's driving these philosophers? Why are there so many at the moment? And if you could talk a little bit about that and your involvement in this.
Thank you very much. I was supposed to drink water before speaking, but anyway, I'm going to try like that. You didn't give me much time to warm up, but it's okay. Okay, what I would say about my experience in France, at the Collège de France, it's it was a big task because considering what was done by what were done by Léopold Sédar Senghor from Senegal, or Aimé Césaire from Martinique, even Damas from Guyane, was huge. They did gather a lot of thinkers, artists coming from the black world, like we said at that time, and they were supposed to see what could be done among those people in order to find a way to take back our freedom of speech. The fact that the Negro wasn't considered like a person at the time, he was an object. He was sold. And the negritude came like a kind of breath. We needed to find a fresh air. That was maybe the meaning of that Congress in 1966 with James Baldwin was over there. I think Richard Wright didn't get there because of immigration issues. I know that immigration is going to be a huge topic in this country, but it was already at that time. So I didn't want to copy and paste the Congress of 1966. I wanted to show to France people that we have thinkers like Achille Mbembe, historians like Souleymane Bachir Diaye, and the first time I talked to the Collège de France that I was going to do that, they were thinking that I would teach creative writing since I'm a writer. I said, no, you didn't teach African literature or African culture for 600 century like that. And they were, yes, you can teach that, but you're not going to find people who are going to attend. But they were surprised to see that it was packed. And then the topics, which was thinking and writing about Africa, became like a manifesto in order to find a way to teach African studies in France. So hopefully with that book, it's going to come next month, that we have opened the eyes of French people in order to consider African literature as literature or not just African literature.
A book was published right here. It's called Penser, écrire l'Afrique today. So it's going to be important. Just a quick follow-up question to that. Considering France's, incredible, colonial history, and especially its activities in Africa, how do you explain the fact that African studies, African literature, African history is really so ignored in French universities?
Because France didn't deal with the colonial issue. They're still thinking that they have the right, like, to deal with the dictators who are over there. And at the same time, learning African literature or African studies is like looking at the mirror and seeing this kind of the image, what happened to Congo, Kinshasa, all the assassinations of Lumumba, assassination of Marien Gwabi from the Congo Brazzaville, and so on and so on. And at the same time, in France, you can talk about everything but colonization, because they need to explain that it was a big deal in order to make the African people to escape from the heart of the darkness, to quote that great author. So it's a question we are dealing with in our novels, but we still have a long way to go.
Okay, I'll let you rest and drink some water.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to ask a question to Kauta Arshi. So she has a PhD. She's a novelist and also an essayist. And what I want to really focus on is this remarkable book, which is saying, I have only one language, and it is not my own. It was shortlisted for the prestigious Prix Médicis in France. And it deals with all sorts of questions around the use of language, identity, with a particular focus on some really key North African, Maghrebi authors. So I know you just arrived from Paris literally 2 hours ago. You're exhausted. She was over there because she received an award from the Fondation Lagardère, which will help her while she's in LA continue to write and produce. So very slowly, if you could talk a little bit about this question between language identity. How can one be, born in a country in which one does then not belong to, or has to prove one's belonging to? And how can a language like French, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in a moment with Alain's new book called Le Monde est mon langage, The World is My Language, this language which is so universal as the authorities will claim, and yet so deeply connected to certain notions of identity that are a little bit troubling.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to be with you tonight. Yes, for my PhD, I decided to work about 5 cases of Algerian writers: Kateb Yassine, Assia Djebar, Kamel Daoud, Boualem Sansal, and Rachid Boujedra. And my first question was, what means becoming a writer, and what means becoming a great writer in France in the perspective of the historic colonial in this country. And we have sometimes impression that the world of arts and artistic practice are disconnected from the problematic of politics, of the memory, of geopolitics, and I try to prove that in France, and specifically in the world of the French letters, recognize a writer who isn't French, but who choose French to write, is a kind of domination. So it's the first paradox. Recognize an Algerian writer, recognize that he has got a talent, is a way to select, is a way to categorize the different politic position of this writer. So they are a link very, very strong between the colonial history of France and the decision to recognize and to admit this writer in the great institution like la Comédie Française, l'Académie Française, le Prix Goncourt, etc., etc. So it's very important because traditionally when we try to explain inequalities or discriminations in France, we are used to work about violence or the unemployment and the other topics. So I thought that the literary practice and the world of arts was a way to prove that the French society is structured by the point of view about history colonial.
One of the writers you worked on, Kamel Daoud's book, The Meursault Investigation, was translated into English. It was well received in America. It's a really interesting book because it takes Camus' classic The Stranger and rewrites it from the perspective of the Arabs on the beach, the killed Arab, right? This famous sort of sequence. How important has that writer been to you, to thinking about this particular question of the post-colonial in France, right? Especially things like post-colonial studies to which there's so much resistance. To have a writer like this turn history upside down around a classic like Camus' masterpiece.
Yeah. I'm in Los Angeles tonight. That's why I use the expression post-colonial. And but when I present my work in French and in my PhD, the expression colonial or post-colonial studies are not really indicated because it's a difficulty and it's a way to be excluded by media, by the university. So it's very difficult, and I try to work with work of Pierre Bourdieu, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, because yes, the French university prefer the French theory because it's French, and post-colonial studies is American, so it's not really serious.
But very influenced by French thinkers, right?
Yes.
Foucault and obviously
Yes.
the Fanon and others along
Yes.
those lines. Nicolas, I'm going to bring you in. You're going to have to dive off the top board and speak English and get going. And I'll start off just a very easy way to get in. You spent 20, 30 years working on these kinds of questions, and you've been very active in France in trying to convince the authorities to open up a museum to colonial history so that we could look at this very complicated past that so relates to all the sorts of questions that we're talking about. So I just wanted you to say something about this whole question of the sort of the resistance to looking at the colonial, the resistance to dealing with this particular past, and why it's so important in terms of contemporary politics today, issues of migration, belonging, Islam, and so on. If there's just something about this you would feel comfortable talking about.
Okay, excuse me for my basic English. It's difficult to me to express complex thinking. But yes, we have a real problem with the post-colonial studies in France, and particularly in history. We can explain for perhaps two factors this situation. I think the first is the ideological position of the history in France and the genealogic formation in the 20th century of the discipline, who sustain, in fact, the construction of the nation by a national, I don't know the word in English, national narrative, okay? And I think in France we have to deal with the conception of universalism, and it's very difficult with this conception to accede to differentialism, multiculturalism, and so on. It's not in the genetic of historian formation. And perhaps we have a second problem, is, I think, the organization of history in France is very different in France, as in of the other countries. In the hand of the I don't remember exactly the date, but after the Second World War, the organization of history in France were organized by areas studies. You know, you can studies history of Americas, India, and so on, Africa, and you have a school of Africanist, Indianist, and so on. And the problem with this organization is you can make research on these areas, but it's very difficult to understand the consequences in France of the colonialism. And perhaps one of the parts of our work is to explore this subject. And during the 20 last years, with Pascal Blanchard, Sandrine Lemaire, toi, Dominique, and beaucoup d'autres, a lot of historians, we try to explore the representation of the other on colonialism, the Muslim particularly, the black Africans, and to perhaps to deconstruct a sort of archaeology of mentality, colonial mentality, and the hierarchization of world, which is implicated by this way.
Yeah, it's one of the things to advertise the department at UCLA. It used to be called a Department of French, and it became about 10 years or so a Department of French and Francophone Studies. It's a very global department that focuses and does things that in many ways would be impossible to do in France and in some institutions around the world where in order to be studied you need to be dead and white, right? And this is something that we've really reckoned with. And so there are people in the department who you'll see later on. Our colleague Laure Murat will be speaking about Los Angeles, but works in cultural history, on gender studies. We have people who work on the Francophone Caribbean, Francophone North Africa, Francophone Sub-Saharan Africa, immigrant communities in France, and across the spectrum on issues like psychiatry, cultural studies, history. So it's a very broad space that I think is very welcoming to new ideas. Alain, then, in your book, Le Monde est mon langage, it's a play on words. Is it the world and my language, or the world is my language? You have 21 chapters that are devoted, right, to different parts of the world where you've traveled and met with different authors from Africa, Algeria, Buenos Aires, Pointe-Noire, Gabon, and so on. And there's only one chapter in this book that takes place in Paris, and you devote that chapter to a discussion you have with the Nobel Prize laureate Jean-Michel Gustave Leclésio, who spends most of his time living in New Mexico anyway. So is this a deliberate attempt to show, in the follow-up to the 2007 manifesto you signed, which was the manifesto to a world literature in French, is there any hope of breaking down this sort of identity-driven, linguistic sort of barriers that are erected? And is that something you tried to do in this book? And what does this international aspect of French really mean to you as a writer?
I think
you were from Congo, by the way, through France to the United States, right?
Yes, I think that in France we have a great sport which is called the French bashing. If you go over there, they are trying to complain, to whine about maybe the French language which is dying because of English language. So I tried in my book to express how French language can be worldwide. Because if you don't explain to someone how his house is bigger than the other one, he won't understand. So meeting people like Leclésio, and among them even Douglas Kennedy, who is an American writer, was for me a way to explain that I don't belong to France. I belong to the world, to the people I'm meeting, to the cultures I'm trying to get in. And the fact that even in the Congo, we are like 4 million of people. We speak 300 languages over there. So each tribe has its own language and speaking between families. If you have like 10 kids, you can create your own language and try to like give it to the people over there. So that's very crazy. So in France, they have like this kind of chance to have just one language. So how to make that language great, like in English, you can find Salman Rushdie, Hanif Kureishi, Zadie Smith, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. They don't question them here. Why do you write in French? Why do you write in English? And so on and so on. I write in French just because I learned to read and to write in French. That's it. And all my 7 languages I speak in Africa are just oral language. So even if I'm writing in French, but the background is African, I can feel like the rhythm, which is in Congolese way of dancing, of writing, and of eating. And then I'm gonna try like to put that kind of rhythm in French. So the huge problem in France is that they often divide French literature from Francophone literature. That means that French literature is above, and if we are like quiet and calm, we can reach this kind of level and to jump from Francophone literature to French literature. Like in Frantz Fanon, you're gonna be that kind of guy who is like black, but with a white mask. So I didn't want to agree with that in my book, so I went throughout the world. I wrote African writers, Cuban writers, Russian writers from Martinique, and so on and so on. And it expresses very well what I'm thinking right now, because when I want to go to the world, I'm going to read Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Dino Buzzati from Italia, or even some Faulkner from here. Reading those kind of writers helped me like to strengthen my writing and to avoid to be like someone who is just thinking in French, eating in French, sleeping in French, and maybe dying in French. So I want just to be myself with my French as luggages, but at the same time, all the African background.
All of you in your respective writings and work have such a worldly view of France and the Francophone world, and yet it seems that today, within the narrow boundaries of the hexagon of France today, that identity questions have become so absolutely crucial. Nicolas and I in a group worked on a book called The War of Identities that just came out last year, and it's all about the rise of populism, Islam, this fear of the other, the migrants crisis, and all of the sorts of ways in which this is shaping conversations today in Europe. So you've escaped that space, and now we're in Trumpland, right? And you're all thinking about the sort of the links and the connections and the parallels between these two sorts of questions. So to get back to you, Kautar Archi, as you think about debates today around these kinds of questions, right? Who's an insider, who's an outsider? And we seem to have entered this era we've talked about as sort of going beyond empathy, caring, and understanding. Politics is about closing down. It's about putting up walls again. It's about narrow interpretations of the world, of the global, and so on, that seem completely at odds with the sorts of ways in which you think about writing, literature, and so on. So how are you responding to these kinds of issues and questions today? And is it is it going to continue to impact your writing and so on?
Yes, I think that it's important to do the difference between the French population, whose the main problem are inequalities, education of children, poverty. And on the other hand, a group as minorities, as journalists, who has a real obsession with question of identities. And I think that it's very linked to the intellectual history of France. In France, when I try to present my work, I or some other persons, we notice that journalists, by example, have a problem with the notion of domination, and they try to explain us and to explain to the person who read the papers and other that domination is just an illusion, because the French society is a society universalist, etc. So I think that there is, yes, a minority of people who has problem with their own state, because they have the impression that they have lost their place in the world, and it's the reality. Today I'm French, so I have the impression that the French society is obsessed by the symbolic problematic, because the materiality, economic, etc., has disappeared. So they try with Islam, with the black population, etc., to define their own identities, but not in common, but in opposition. And it's very difficult, because we try to find ways of resistance. And today, yes, Twitter, Facebook, and the other network are very important for us, because we can't really consider that the mass media belong to neoconservateurs, belong to populism. So we try to explain and to understand and to make understand.
Yeah, thank you. Nicolas, as we know, we've all heard of Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle said once that, France cannot be, great without grandeur. And yet today we keep hearing about the three I's, right? Islam, immigration, identity. Where do we go with this? Is there a war of identities? Why are these questions so absolutely, central today and shaping the upcoming elections in April of this year?
Yes, it's a central question in France, but not only in France. When you see the different European countries like Hungary, Germany, and Netherlands, England, you can see different parties who promote a redefinition of identity. And I think it's a strange period. It's a period of post-empathy, and perhaps this period of post-empathy is a period we open a period of cruelty. Cruelty as an argument, a political argument, I think it's difficult to highlight precisely this period, because the question asked to the people, perhaps, is a question of community. And in history, authoritarian states have used the question of identity to found a new definition of identity. And this definition of identity, in this period post-empathy, this period of political regression, I think this definition is based on the exclusion of minority. It's a simple way to define a new identity. And France have a long dark and deep colonial past, and perhaps we can explain the focalization of the Muslim, you know. But you have also this focalization on other countries, and it's perhaps, I think it's not only a colonial problem, it's perhaps a colonial culture problem, you know, because we can write with Pascal Blanchard and so on. The problem of the post-colonialist is not the problem of the colonial metropole. It's an Occidental problem, an American problem, and also perhaps a Japanese problem. It's a diffusion of a system of representation of the other, a system of hierarchization who deal with a lot of dispositif. I don't know exactly the word in English. The dispositif like theater, cinema, postal card, photography, and perhaps a circus and human zoo, ethnic exhibition, and so on during a very long time. And the consequences now are not really analyzed, you know. And I think it's perhaps one of our work for the present. You have to try with that. And perhaps to the issue of this reflection is to perhaps to conceptualize a new utopia, post-industrial new utopia. I don't know, but perhaps it's a challenge.
I think in the context in which we live, obviously, art, philosophy, ideas, literature are going to be even more important than they have been perhaps in recent years. And I want to finish up with you before we open it up to the audience. These are personal questions, but they're important questions too. You were born and raised in the Congo. And in recent years, you've become increasingly vocal in your criticism of the dictator, Denis Sassou Nguesso, who was in power from 79 to 91 and then came back again in the late 90s. I think he is now, along with Mugabe in Uganda, the longest serving dictator. Because of your comments, you can't go back there. We won't let you go back there, which is a problem. It's where you're from, you can't go there. When you're in France, these questions that Kautar and Nicolas just mentioned are problematic, of identity and belonging. So to what extent for you today, and I'm thinking of other writers, Abdourahmane Waberi from Djibouti, Achille Mbembe, who was supposed to be here but will be at the New York Nuit des Idées, going to Cameroon is a real problem for him. Writing is a great risk, right? It's not just criticism. You're talking about, you know, imprisonment, death, etc. So how are you dealing and thinking about these particular questions, which I think people are waking up to here in the US in this era of Trump and the far right in Europe? But these are questions that in Africa certainly have been incredibly important for many, many years.
I think that Denis Sassou Nguesso, that's the name of that president who is there for like 32 years. So he was president the first time when I was 13, and he's still president until now. So guess when Muhammad Ali went over there, rumble in the jungle. So it's like you're going to have Donald Trump for 30 years. I know that it's a kind of exaggeration. Maybe tomorrow he's going to tweet about what I've said here. No, mainly, at least in your country, you can express your voice. Even if you can whine about the situation you are facing here, you had the luxury of the voice to cast your voice. You were like trying, no, I don't know, this candidate is not that sexy, I'm going to leave them alone and going to try, and all of a sudden you're going to have the candidate you didn't like. We don't have this kind of right in the Congo. I remember the first time when my own parents went to cast their voices, they were followed by like 3 police officers over there, pushing them to the right place to vote. You know, you have to vote President Sassou Nguesso. So it came like he won for 99.9% or something like that. So we were wondering where were the people who are 0, -1. Maybe it was dead people, but they didn't come to show up to vote at that time. So considering that situation, I cannot go anymore in the Congo because it was written that I'm spreading bad news about the Congo. I'm writing like provocative fictions. So I need like to say, excuse me, President, and I won't do it again. I'm going to come back over there. But at the same time, I don't care about that because I still have my own country in my heart. When you are a writer, a poet, why caring about a land as long as you can carry it everywhere? You can bring it in United States of America. I was in Michigan. You know, it's cold over there if you don't care about it. I lived over there writing Broken Glass, African Psycho, and so on and so on. They even questioned my citizenship as a Congolese. They say, he's a French. He has a French passport, so he's not a Congolese. So a French guy is trying to destroy the Congo from there. The other thing is that they thought that I was like trying to become the next Congolese president over there. I said that I don't care being a president or dealing with everybody. If you are a president, it does mean that all your family need to become like a Secretary of State, Secretary of... That's why Denis Sassou Nguesso is like in prison with his own family. He cannot move, he cannot resign. You think like Mugabe in Zimbabwe. It's not very easy to be a dictator. You need like to question everybody, even your own shadow. When it appears, you run because you think that it's a policeman or someone who is trying to come and steal your power. So in this case, I'm still writing about that. I did criticize the Constitution. I criticized that president. And he wanted to become the first president to be received by Donald Trump. So he thought that Donald Trump scheduled a meeting at the Trump Tower. So he wrote everywhere, I'm going to meet Donald Trump, I'm going to be the first African to meet, and so on and so on. So at that time, maybe Kellyanne Conway didn't know who was Denis Sassou Nguesso. So we tried to send texts everywhere, to send pictures of people with dead or killed by the dictators. And then Donald Trump released like a kind of statement, no, I didn't plan to receive that president. It was maybe one of the big fiasco in the history of politics. But he's still thinking that I was the one who wrote to Donald Trump to not receive him in the United States of America. So that gave him another argument to say that you not coming back in the Congo as long as I'm alive. So I don't care. Every night I'm in the Congo when I'm writing a page of my novel, when I'm reading something, or when I'm meeting African people here. It's like back then when they were saying that Rome is not anymore in Rome, is everywhere you are. So Congo is not anymore in the Congo. Today, Congo, or tonight, Congo is in Santa Monica.
Thank you very much. Kautar, Alain, Nicolas, you did fantastically well.
Yes.
And we have 11 and a half minutes before we give up the stage. So I'm going to let you decide who gets to ask the question. And
First
please
of all,
ask quick questions so we can have lots of quick answers.
thank you very much. It's fantastic what you all are doing. I'm a monk of meditation and revolution too. And in Philippines, where I used to work, another post-colonial society, a professor asked elementary school students, what country would you like to be from? And only 10% wanted to be Filipino. They wanted to be American, they wanted to be Japanese, they wanted to be what they saw on television. So every child, every human being needs to be proud of who they are. They need their sense of identity. And how much is this pain when immigrants, when people don't want to be who they are, they want to be somebody else. And this war of identities that you're talking about is so crucial to our future humanity. Every child must be proud because our culture is our strength. Our culture is who we are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
Really loud, though. Who would like to have a quick stab at that? Anyone there too?
I have the feeling that there is two ways to think these issues. There is an artistic way. It's, for example, the case of Alain, who tried to write yes, his feeling, his personal story. And there is another way to define the problem, is maybe more scientific. So we try to explain the social organization of the French society, and we try to identify the place where discrimination are reproduced, and why, and how we can try to develop a strategy of resistance. So I think that it's maybe the most important point is the question of resistance, because we could observe the power, the work of power about this question. But we can't forget another question, is the question of empowerment. Becoming not only a passive individual, but a man or a woman who decide to act, who decide to write, who decide to resist, and who decide to share his science. So I think that this way are very important.
Another question.
Do you want to add something? Okay, go on, 2 minutes, quick. Yeah.
Maybe as a Congolese or a lot of African, we have this kind of gifts to have our brains divided in two parts. So you have the French parts and your African parts. You have to deal with both. Sometimes the French part is trying to take over all your brain. You're going to push it over there. You say, that's it. I need to be like I want to be. And the Congolese part is very important. I think that if I became a writer is thanks to that Congolese part. Sometimes I would like pick my pen in order to write something. But I feel like French language is so formal, strict, severe. It doesn't have this kind of flow. My friend from Philippines, I like Philippines too. I'm a great fan of Manny Pacquiao, so you can be sure that you have already one fan of your country here, so I would like to visit that country. So all my novel is about how to put both sides of my brain equal. But the more I'm getting old, I feel like it's the Congolese part which is trying to get there. Maybe that's why my president is mad at me, because he thought that after living like for 30 years abroad, I would like forgotten the taste of my country, the perfumes, the noises. I took Dominic over there like 3 years ago. He went, when he was in the 20s, he went over there like enjoying the Congo River. No? He wanted to become Joseph Conrad in order to go to the river and write his own Heart of Darkness. But he didn't succeed and he became a professor. That's okay. So as a Congolese, I'm okay with that. But at the same time, I'm not gonna strike France every time because I know what that country gave to me. But the problem is that that country doesn't like to take something which can help it to become a great nation. I can write my books, but I'm still a writer who came like from Congo, and when they are like writing about my book, it's always like, oh, you bring something fresh in our language, you bring like, I feel like I'm in Africa, mangoes, trees, everything is there in there. It's a kind of exotism. So my fight now is to like erase this kind of prejudices in order just to become someone who is witnessing the world and trying to put his little word and to feel happy. Anyway.
Nicolas is going to say a couple of words and then we'll open up for maybe a last question on this question.
Just perhaps to set some word on the obsession of the identities in France and other European countries, the ghost of the identities. Because we are in a period very special with the immigration of Iraqi, Syrian, Libyan, and so on. And I think it's objectively a shock for some European countries. It's a fact. I think it's perhaps different for United States, I don't know, because United States it's construct on immigration, but it's not the case of some country in Europe, particularly in Eastern Europe, Hungary, Slovakia, etc., don't know the phenomena of immigration. And I think exists a real fear to lost our culture, to lost our identities, and it's also a fact, and we have to understand that to resist at this, the rise of populism, in whole country in Europe.
Yeah, that's right. There's different contributing factors based on different countries in Europe and in the European Union. We have time for one last question.
Just one last, very quickly here.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on a comment about the protracted psychic dictatorship of the Occident over the African psyche globally. You spoke about the interesting powers of the seasoning of the Congo in French, but I think of the same thing in English and other languages. And could you comment on that in terms of the liberation of the mind, African mind, vis-a-vis Aimé Césaire and Walter Rodney?
And if you could go really quick so we can get one more question maybe over here and then we can wrap up. Go.
I don't know if I did catch the question very well, but it was about the free liberation.
The question of the psyche, the consciousness.
Yes, of the
reference to Césaire, for example.
Yeah, I read closely Senghor, Fanon, and so on, and so I agree with that. But at the same time, I added like African American literature, what African American faced here during the civil rights, and, during that period which was close to us. And from that readings, I'm convinced that we still have a road to take. And the danger for the Africans is either to be like just France, closed, thinking like you came over there, but when you go eat with them over there, they see you like only a black guy. At the same time, we have the right like to remain only African, closed, thinking that since we are with the great continent, the other people are like devils, we have to kick them away. We have to find a way sometimes to take here and there and to create that kind of new age of identity.
And one of the, I don't know if you know Alain's book to James Baldwin, if you've read that, but that book, The Letter to Jimmy, is arguably one of the most beautiful pieces that Alain has written about these kinds of questions. The last question, make it a good one.
Very, very quick. I just want to put it there, thinking in terms of identity, I think of it in terms of process. No, I'm shrink, so that's probably where it's coming from. But I think we can so much look at that and a process with very good and solid roots, and then we don't have that fear of the constant, and that's we live in California, in LA, the diversity and the mix that can happen around those very big roots. And I think maybe useful something to look in terms of process, not something fixed with one or another culture, but a process that makes us grow. That's it.
Thank you very much. I think that we'll conclude there. But obviously, the question of of emotions, empathy, fear, are really shaping so many of these political discussions. It's an opportunity for me then to thank all of you for coming again, and the French Cultural Services, and Alain.
And of course, you can still ask some question outside. If you have some lingering question to our wonderful guest outside in the garden. And if you do not stay for the next conference, we are going to quickly leave in order to make place for our next conference. Thank you very much. And keep enjoying the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make place for our next panel. we can carry on the conversation in the courtyard with the beautiful music. Please take your seat if you're coming for the next panel and join us.
J'aurais pu être votre interprète, mais tout le monde m'a dit non, non, pas de problème, tout le monde parle très bien anglais.
Non, c'était pas terrible. Non. Mais bon.
Mais quelquefois, c'est plus agréable de parler en français et d'avoir une interprétation parce que vous pouvez dire plus de choses.
Ouais, voilà, c'est ça.
C'est pas grave.
Là, on est limité, mais on fait ce qu'on peut.
Non, mais on invitera en français, on sera encore plus performant. En français, on sera encore plus performant.
Bah, c'est sûr. Je suis généralement interprète pour. Bon. Mais ils ont dit non, non, tout le monde parle très bien. Non, mais ça va tant que vous êtes confortable. En tout cas, ils ont bien aimé.
Bon, bah, très bien.
Voilà. Amusez-vous bien. Merci à vous.
Please take your seat so our next panel can join us. We have to liberate the access. Please find a seat, ladies and gentlemen. We still have many seats in the front. We need to let our next panel come through.
Merci encore. Mais en plus, vous tenez ça, mais c'est magistral.
Ils auraient besoin un peu d'interprétation.
Ah, c'est vrai.
Celui-là, un petit peu.
Vous en
Non,
demandez ou pas
non, non, pas du tout. Une fois que c'est parti, c'est parti. Non, non, mais.
Parce qu'ils m'ont pas dit en fait.
Ils auraient pu être un peu mieux.
Catherine, je sais pas si vous enchantée. Catherine, comme tu dis, fait l'accueil général du public et gère le timing de main de maître.
Ouais,
Donc Yann qui modère. Norman Klein. Hi Norman, what's it? Yann modère. Norman et Bruce part. Et Laure, et où est Laure?
Je vais le mettre là, comme ça.
Elle était là il y a 5 minutes. Bonjour,
Pardon, bonjour.
bienvenue.
Wow, it's even crowds out that way. I'm Norman.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take your seat. We are going to start. Okay, we still have some seat here. Sit down so we can get going. We only have an hour. So many things to do. All right, our panel tonight is Utopia or Dystopia. And we have our distinguished guest tonight, Bruce Bruce Begu. All our panelists are authors, writers, and they wrote many books, essays, and you can see the complete list of their work on our website under their name. So I will not read all their book. Bruce Begu is as well an associate professor at the University of Bordeaux III and study urban spaces, common places, but also everyday lives. Mr. Norman Klein. Norman Klein is a critic, urban and media historian and novelist. We have as well Laure Murat, director of the Center for European and Russian Studies at UCLA and professor of the Department of French and Francophone Studies. She specialized in cultural study, history of psychiatry, and queer theory. Our moderator tonight, Yann Perrault, writer, curator, and journalist who lived for 7 years, since 7 years in Los Angeles. Welcome, and let's enjoy this discussion.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good to be here. So, this panel is about dystopia and utopia. So, Los Angeles, perhaps more than any other city in the world, is built on dreams, on myth, on images of itself, created, manufactured, glamorized, on fantasies. If you even think about Hollywood, a city of angels, even a place, Arcadia, that is actually a pastoral utopia. Now, Utopia is a book by Thomas More. It's basically the notion of a community or a city that possesses nearly perfect qualities for its citizen. It's an ideal, an Eden. And dystopia, being the opposite of it, is its antonym, and it's a community or a city that is frightening, undesirable, dishumanized. It's a not good place if you translate it literally. And Los Angeles has often been described as a nightmare, a place of destruction, of disaster, of catastrophic events. There's a book by Mike Davis that you might have read or heard of called Ecology of Fear, Los Angeles and the Imagination of Disaster, that he wrote after 1992 riots, and it goes to earthquakes, fire, recession, everything. So, yeah, you know, people say L.A. Actually, Laura is funny about it, or Carmageddon. Okay, these are all the cliches. So we're going to tonight to try to understand why these concepts of utopia and dystopia are so often used to describe Los Angeles, and how do they confront with the reality of what the city is. I'm starting with bad news, dystopia, let's say. I'll go beyond all the cliches of, you know, Woody Allen and the snobbish. I think Woody Allen said the best thing in Los Angeles is you can turn right at the red light. Okay. Except he doesn't drive. Yeah, except he doesn't drive. Exactly. Let's go beyond that. We all know it's you know. Now, on the other hand, Mike Davis' book, even if maybe we'll go to talk about it, but he actually reminds us that Los Angeles has been destroyed more than 140 times in books and films since 1910. Now, to understand this notion of dystopia, I'm starting with Norman Klein, because he's sort of the Walter Benjamin of Los Angeles. If you read Walter Benjamin on Paris, he understands so well the city and its history, its archaeology. And Norman, in his books, goes back to history, to specific moments or symbols that tells a lot. And in his book, in his last book, it's also on a website. It's very beautiful. He talks about the airplane crash in 1910, Norman. And what are you doing? Oh yeah. That's fantastic. Yeah. Maybe we could start from there. 1910. You have this.
Yes.
So what happened at the time?
1910 is a very curious year for Los Angeles. It's the year when the Los Angeles Times was blown up, and they killed the wrong people. The man that they tried to kill left 20 minutes early, and it became this catastrophic, a true disaster that ruined the entire leftist movement, socialist movement throughout the Western United States. And as a little twist of Utopia, Dystopia is our story, the man who represented the people in the trial, it's a complicated story. The people who were supposed to be the good guys did blow up the building, and anyway, this man whose name, believe it or not, was Job. Job Harriman took his flock out and went to the Antelope Valley area and invented a community and lived there in some utopian, dystopic place for a number of years. So you have this give and take, because L.A. in 1910 probably had more utopian communes, the Southern California itself, than any other place. And California had this strange history already. The gold rush mostly left people broke and unhappy. They called it gold fever. It's a special kind of disease. And one of the places where they went down to continue to live through gold fever was Los Angeles. And every time Los Angeles went into a boom, it was another gold fever boom. Then you also have the boosters selling this imaginary utopian Los Angeles in extraordinarily strident ways. It's so complicated, it's very comical, it's very silly, it's disgusting. You hate it, you like it, the images are terrible. And in 1910, they had another campaign just when this happened. So you have the commercial use of dystopia, right, as utopia, and then you have the utopian system blowing up and then becoming another utopia. Then you have a book falling, and then at the same time they also were trying to dream of new industries. They decided they would set up some magical flying moment, and they went down to around where Torrance is and Dominguez Hills, you know, that area, and then they got all of the lunatic flyers that they could, and the sky was like filled with moths and men in crazy leather hats, and 370,000 people arrived, and they gave birth to the aerospace industry in some circuitous way from that. So 1910 is as crazy a year as you want, and connections with the Mexican Revolution. It's a kind of triple word score and Scrabble year. I think you selected well, but it is true also. 1910 is just when the film people are coming from New York also.
So the start of all this.
It's a good TV show.
Now, furthermore, of course, we talk about dystopia and we talk about nature, the disaster, the potential earthquake, and something that actually both Laure and Bruce really interestingly write about is how this negativity, this awareness, this conscience of self-destruction gives the city its energy. Now, maybe Bruce, you could talk about it, and how do you define this
First, but I want to come back to the opposition between utopia and dystopia, because because for me, in Utopia of Thomas More, this utopia has already some dystopian sides, dystopian characters, because all is organized, it's very rational, there is no place for contingencies, for accidents, and everything is controlled, by reason or by. You have to remember that Thomas More was a sheriff, he was in London, so he has a certain kind of mind, it's a way, pre-modern way to control the masses, to control the passions, the desire. So utopia, the first utopias, More, Campanella, and in the 90s, I don't want to live in here or to live in, because it's already a dystopia for me, so dystopia is not a disaster, dystopia is an achievement of utopia in a certain way. So,
dialectical way almost.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. So negativity, maybe it's to find the positive side of dystopian movement, like violence, like pollutions, like it seems strange, but I see in the when the cities goes too far in gentrification, and when the inner cities are becoming like a museum, everything is neat, everything is beautiful, the people are behaving good, and for me it's like death, of the urban and suburban energy. So we have to leave a space for negativity. Negativity is death and is disease or social disease. It's hard to understand because when you are a mayor, you say I can't do that because we have to stop violence, we have to stop pollution, we have to stop. But in fact, it's like dialectics. You couldn't say it's just white or black or. In fact, there is a dialectics of violence and there is some kind of. In the negativity, there's negative in parts, for sure, like destruction. But if you see on long term, you see the cities that are alive, that are with full of energy. This is a city where the people could. Find this energy in the opposition of things,
And let me also, for the audience, say, so Bruce Begu has been writing really important books on American cities, and also on everyday life. There's a book on Las Vegas, there's a book on motels, a common place. You can find them actually in English. Zeropolis is the one on Las Vegas. But then you wrote this really, really ambitious and important book, Suburbia. And just to ask you, what interests you so much about Los Angeles?
Oh,
as a
I don't know.
Philosopher of everyday life.
But for a French philosopher, Los Angeles is the total opposite of what you have to do. You have to learn Hegel or Plato or Aristotle. So it was a challenge at first, and when I was young, I didn't want to write about Paris, about London. For me, European cities were too full of meanings, and I find some wild territories, to empty places for. And Los Angeles, for me, was a city with many things I didn't understand, and I wanted to understand. So when I'm in Paris, it's like in a bath, I'm floating in meanings, historical meanings. Here, I'm confronted to some alien matters, some strange things, and for a philosopher, it's you have to. Canguilhem was a French philosopher, the master of Michel Foucault. He said there is no alien matters for philosophy, or rather, every alien matters is good for philosophy. So my alien matters was the American city, and especially the suburban, stereotype of American cities. Yeah.
And so maybe, I know it's difficult to summarize, but your book Suburbia, you write a 100-page on Los Angeles. You say this is the suburbia of tomorrow. I don't know if it's dystopian or utopian, but that's a new condition, urban condition. Can you just say what you mean by suburbia? Related to Los Angeles.
Yes, maybe it's not a question of space. It's not a question of density. It's not a question of mobility. Maybe it's in the mind. It's a suburban spirit. But this project was a very old project in the 90s. And when Mike Davis has published City of Quartz, I say, so I stopped my project. He did the job, So, and I published this book just 3 years ago, 20 years before, City of Quartz, because in fact, I have not the same vision like Davis of Los Angeles.
Mike Davis' vision is very apocalyptic, dramatic. Yes. It's about film noir and iconic.
Yes, even in City of Quartz, there is a chapter called Bunker L.A. or like on gated communities. Or it's true. This is a reality. Yeah.
Fortress L.A.
Fortress L.A. Sorry.
But he also wrote it after 1992 riots and the recession of the time. Yes. Now, Laure, her book, This Is Not a City, is really great because she starts by saying, I'm not going to read any book, I'm not going to quote anybody, I'm going to write it as an authentic, first-person way. And it has this beauty of poetry and experience of Los Angeles. And what is really interesting with your book is you go to desire, to what the city moves into you. Now, you say that Los Angeles is an horizontal city, it's an anti-phallic city. And you say, whereas New York imposed Los Angeles welcome because of its space. Can you talk about this?
Yeah, I can
and
talk
also
about it.
Why you love Los Angeles so much in that respect.
Yeah, of course. So I would like just to follow up on what Bruce Bigou said about utopia and dystopia. And actually in his work on suburbia, he is alluding to this concept of Michel Foucault about heterotopia, which is another way to see places not in the good way or in a bad way, but in an other way, right? Heterotopia is a marginal place, but actually heterotopia is a closed and secluded place, which of course Los Angeles is not. It's exactly the opposite in a way. It's what you were saying. I also like very much what you said, because when you are from Europe, and probably especially from Paris being a very organized and regular and harmonious city, which is exactly the contrary of Los Angeles. The people from Paris, I mean, at least who know Paris very well, we're very familiar with Paris. You can understand, in a way, better Los Angeles because you're completely new to it, right? I always regretted not to have ever been new to Paris. I cannot see Paris with new eyes. And I saw Los Angeles with new eyes. So what was my impression? I mean, my first impression is exactly the same as the one I have today. It's an open space. It's a horizontal city, actually, yes, that's true. Anti-phallic, yes, I repeat. Why I'm saying that? Because, I mean, there's a development in the book, which is probably a little bit too time-consuming to explain right now, but, I mean, in Los Angeles, your body is always in, I mean, there's no, the horizon is never blocked, right? The horizon is always open. You always have a perspective. And literally and figuratively, right?
it's always open. While in most of European cities, or in New York, because it's the obvious example, you have these buildings, or you have these very narrow streets, like in Paris. Now that, I mean, I lived 39 years in Paris, okay, so I know the city very well.
And you lived 10 years here, no? Almost.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So, and when I come back to Paris, because I still have an apartment in Paris, in Montmartre, so, you know, very picturesque, you know, place of Paris, you have this very, very narrow, you know, sidewalks, right? And everything seems so small, so, you know, when I come here, everything is open also in my life, right? Because you can see further on. So that's a huge, for me, I mean, it's a very, the book I wrote on Los Angeles is a very personal book. It's not an objective, you know, or a scholarly book on Los Angeles, on a city. Actually, it's called This Is Not a City. So that's, for me, that's the most important thing in Los Angeles.
I mean, you really write well about the experience of the city, and you also say that because of its shape, because of the way it's horizontal, because of the horizon, you sort of give up all your notions, all your prejudice, and you sort of let yourself, you sort of laid back, and you. Now, there's something also that you both, Laure and Bruce, very interestingly conceptualize, is you go back to what Pascal said about God. It's an infinite sphere. The center is everywhere, and the circumference is nowhere. Maybe you can talk about this, Bruce.
Yes, in suburbia, I compare the history of cities and the history of physics. And you know, in the 16th century, there is a big scientific revolution because we passed from a geocentric to heliocentric system. And in fact, I compare, you know, European cities made on a geocentric type, you know, and maybe Los Angeles is like a Galilean or Copernican city, because there is no, we are now in infinite space. There is no center, there is no circumference. So, in fact, the cities made their scientific urbanistic revolution, you know, a third century before, you know, science. Because New York is still not European, but is maybe there is some shape that more familiar for Europeans than Los Angeles. So it's not. This is the reason why Los Angeles for me is like a metaphysical city, because it expresses, you know, a revolution in the mind, you know, to apprehend the space, to apprehend the infinite and the limits, you know, the horizon, and so yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And so if we talk about suburban, I mean, this huge suburbia, that Los Angeles is. Norman, as also an historian, you also say something about modernism in architecture, and you say that it was obsessed with suburban planning as an utopia.
Yes, and look how well that worked out. I mean, there's also a funny side of the story. The city that, I mean, it's in the 1950s that in 60s you begin to see mid-century modernism tear up a lot of places. I mean, the place I lived in as a child was torn down. Every building, 60,000 people were removed. And it was in Brooklyn, Coney Island. And the man in charge of 1/3 of tearing it down was a name I heard as a little boy when it was going on. And I said, "What's this?" He said, "Oh, a guy named Trump." That was Fred. Anyway, but so what did they find in Los Angeles in 1950? What they found was a city, sort of like an archipelago effect. a lot of the annexations of cities in the 1880s and 90s, which is true of Paris and New York and Mexico City, and every city seemed to just blow out of control in those 30 years, 1880 to the war. And Los Angeles actually experienced, I think, something like 65 annexations. Some of them were unincorporated because they were such nothings, they couldn't even afford a fire station. So they had to join whatever was next to them. So it's very strange. I mean, I live in the first annexation right now in Highland Park, is 1895. And then it was built by trolleys. So actually it wasn't the freeways at first. It was the trolley scattered city. And then there were these huge suburbs in what is now the LA we remember. The suburbs on the beach, the suburbs in the valley, the valleys of Id. And then what they found in the 50s was an excuse to tear down the trolleys, basically to take the spine out of the building. It's almost like taking a spine out of a body, and then you have kind of an octopus rather than I don't know, whatever it would be, a bear or something. And when they tore that up, they created huge voids all over the areas. But an odd thing has happened in the last 20 years, I have to say, is that because we're in love with hipster townships, with 4 cheese pizza, with Buddhist chants and micro beer and all that stuff. Yeah, like that. And it turns out these little townships are making a comeback. So LA, I often say, used to be a pretzel, and now it's becoming a cinnamon Danish. It's beginning to fill in. But also what has happened is the modernists generated a city that was uninhabitable unless you split it. Eventually, you have to split it in half. So LA is splitting into 2 or 3 pieces. I'm here on the west side because I'm here. But ordinarily, 20 minutes of driving or die, right? So whatever you can, and each year, the 20 minutes is 3 blocks shorter, yeah? So eventually, you just walk out of the house and say, no, I'm not going, Yeah. So now you have 2 or 3 different hubs. And these hubs have taken on a special value to them, and you see that in New York also. You have the Brooklyn hub and the Manhattan hub and so on. And so we're witnessing, I think, you talk about 1910, I think we're almost returning to cities before the cars took over to reinvent what I would call a kind of suburban version of the inner city. In other words, you have all the old buildings, all the charm of it, but then you still have safe parking, good policing, nice pizza. You have the amenities and then the absurdities. So we're witnessing, under the effects of what they call globalization, which followed. It turns out globalization was localizing, not globalizing the world, and now we're witnessing the results. And LA is one of the great laboratories. I think everyone's interested because, well, for one thing, we're the great socialist country of California. We're the great alternative, right? But also because these experiments these laboratory necessities are going to generate, we hope, something powerful. And I'll cross my fingers. I'll vote for it, even if, let's vote for it. Let's do it.
And that's a positive note, and that's something that the 3 of you agree on, that people sometimes think about Los Angeles as ghettos. Of course, when you see some films, you think about ghettos and everything. It's not a ghetto city. Laure, you start by writing about the fact that you have more people applying to become American in these cities than any other in the country.
Yeah, in California. Yeah.
And in fact, it symbolizes the American dream. I mean, so.
Yes, because California is a blessed country, that's for sure.
Right.
But that's one thing. I mean, Los Angeles is different. But Los Angeles, I mean, in terms of diversity, is unbelievable. And I would say that Los Angeles is also, for me at least, like a seamless patchwork, which is a contradiction, which is an oxymoron, because a patchwork is, pieces and pieces, seam together. So, and it's a seamless patchwork, which is a very weird feeling when you are driving in the city, because we are driving a lot in the city instead of walking. although I walk in the city and I have a Vespa, so you know I have a very different ways to experience the city. You can see that there is something like a flow, right? Like on the highway or even on the surface streets when you're just driving, and there is a sense of continuity, right? Like something flawless, completely, you know, fluid, which is very weird, while you are just crossing completely different territories.
Yeah,
Which is a very specific thing in LA.
I would say, by the way, it's the trolley city left over. The trolley city was weirdly seamless and very quilted. True. And somehow it's still there. But it's strange. I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah. And actually, Bruce, also, I mean, if we go more into how to define the specificity of this city, you write really well that it's a city of permanent mobility, of perpetual transit. Now, you wrote before about Las Vegas, and then about motels and about this mobility. And then in suburbia, you have this whole chapter about this fluidity that Laure was talking about.
And yes, it's true. And about the cars, because in Los Angeles, if you don't have a car, you are nothing, you know. So, and in the book about the motors, I said, in fact, is Descartes has to write now, you know, a metaphysical meditation. Maybe he has to do it in a car, because a car for me is a space of meditation, because you know there is this mobility. You are alone in the safe place. You know the world is outside, but behind a screen. You know, and so it's a space of reflexivity, you know, and maybe my best thoughts were when I was driving, or even now. So the car is very important to understand this kind of cities, suburban cities. But, it was not the case at the beginning, because in the 19th century, suburbia was the American utopia, you know, with Olmsted or people like this. The suburbia was a house, a garden, you know, a good neighborhood. It was, in fact, the city in the countryside, you know, the mix. But it wasn't for cars, you know. So when the car culture, you know, began at the beginning of the 20th century, they shape, you know, in other way the suburbia, and maybe some negative things occur then. So in the 90s, there are many books against, you know, suburban in American literature, because it was the automobile suburbia was, you know, the death of the real and historical suburbia. So,
and then in the same way, I mean, somehow it's also Los Angeles being the future of city, and maybe that's something we could talk about now, is how the city symbolize a future beyond utopia or dystopia.
Yes, and how it does now. What side of this? Future is a very big word. I just finished a book where I say the future can only be told in reverse, so it's kind of tricky. Or that the future ages faster than the present, which is a problem. There's nothing more disgusting than something that looked like a future 2 years ago. It just turns your stomach. You just say, that's such boring stuff. But I mean, I suppose that what's on everyone's mind this week and this year is that when they write the histories of our century, a lot of the histories are going to start with the last 2 weeks. So it's a very strange thing to belong to some imaginary future while it's happening and not knowing what's happening. That's the first thing.
But so that's one thing I find interesting in your book. In your essays you finish with, we talk about laboratories, these cities like and you write about, you say to the new generation, you're going to reinvent something. And to be a little political, what we see now is this city has been, is one of the sanctuary city, okay? This idea that it's a sanctuary city because it welcomes people without asking their idea. Now, yeah, so you are optimistic that it's going to remain like that?
I have to be highly medicated to be fully an optimist this week. But I've decided whatever the options are, if it's 1%, 5%, 10%, I'll vote for it. I often start lectures with with students, you know, and I always, the first thing I say is, allow me to ethically offer an apology. I'd like to apologize for my generation fucking up your future. And let me, secondly, congratulate you in advance for all that you're going to have to do. And whatever it is, I will vote for it. So the point is, it has to be done, but what is that? Because modernism, the mid-century modernism you're talking about, it was very vertical. And even the Enlightenment always spoke in very vertical terms. And Marx made fun of the local, the horizontal, the bucolic idiocy, he called it, right, of little rural places. And yet it appears that because something almost feudalistic has come out of the inequalities and the oligarchy that's taking over many parts of the world, including the crisis in the French election, which I suspect is coming. In a few months, we'll come back and we'll push the energy to the French story. I think that probably happen. But the idea is, can we build an actual set of policies and possibilities from the bottom up instead of from the top down? And if it's from the bottom up, is that escapist or is it possible? And this is a question that people in California are going to have to face. Yeah. And I would like to say absolutely yes, but I don't want to pretend that this is going to be easy. But then again, you know, we missed the bubonic plague. There are some things that could be worse. I think we can do it. I'm determined to believe that we can do this thing, but it'll take quite a few years.
I think we'll finish on that with also, it reminds me of, at the end of Laure book that I hope is going to be soon translated into English, This Is Not a City, she writes about why I love Los Angeles. And you write, I love Los Angeles because it's a city that always redefines the notion of a city. Well, thank you for being here, Laure, Norman, Bruce. And thank you all for being here. Maybe you have questions now?
Actually, it's just a small thing that I wanted to share with you, because what you said about Los Angeles really resonated with me as for the open spaces. But it's funny because I always rant about this, that I actually feel the other way about the difference between New York and L.A., which is L.A. is so chaotic, and I guess that's what creates all the possibility. For me, for example, when I'm walking in New York, the fact that a building is blocking me, it opens the space of imagination of what is in fact going on beyond those walls, and then so basically it's, I guess the stories go up, you know. But what you said, I never looked at it that way, because for me, I was always complaining about the fact, oh, LA, you can just see the sky all the time. It doesn't leave any room for imagination. But thank you for making that comment, because it completely twisted around, like it's a completely new and fresh perspective how to look at the city. And it's amazing how someone's outlook expressed well can just shift your perception like immediately. And it just happened for me tonight because of what you said, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But you're right by saying that Los Angeles is chaotic. I agree with you. There is a French critic of the 19th century who said about a book of, you know, it doesn't matter, that it was so chaotic, this book, you know, in the organization. It was like a drawer you would put upside down completely. And Los Angeles is something like that, because you don't understand where you're going. I mean, you have a mall, a parking, and then another mall, and a cinema, and it's so bizarre. And for me, it's kind of freeing.
Hi. So in software, there's a saying, the only architecture that matters is the architecture that lets you change. And there's a new concept in urban planning called building to peak value, where you have new construction tends to be built to be permanent until it is torn down. You can see this particularly in suburbia, particularly coming from an old city. Can you talk about the role of permanence and adaptability in the spaces and how that affects this topic?
Do you want me? Is this a comment, or you want us to? Oh, because I mean, there are a lot of people here. There's an incredible crowd. I like this. But yeah, I suppose one of the strange issues about architecture also is, to me, how much of it is now about infrastructure and about just adjusting what's already there also. But it is strange that this sense that an architect puts up a building, right, that will die. I remember one time this architect was just chatting with me, John Jurdy's office when I was there, and she mentioned that that they had an offer to put up a building that in 20 years will look entirely different. And then suddenly there was a pause and a nervous voice back. She said, 200 people just stopped working. They're having a nervous breakdown. Because the idea that an architect will put up something that's only about space and doesn't have permanence. But architecture is changing. I think part of it is because every building starts in the computer. And I think the computer has changed in some ways how we're starting to see space and buildings themselves. So you aren't just, you don't think so?
No, it's fascinating. I love it.
So I think yes, the nature of what we mean by building is changing, and that might be fantastically interesting. Crazy, but interesting. So I think that's a good observation about that.
I wondered about what your concepts are about the future of Los Angeles and how maybe the Expo line and the various metro projects that are going on, maybe putting a spine back into Los Angeles?
Yes, it is coming back. To some extent. I mean, obviously, it's a little late to put a spine back, it's almost like they're taking us out of the coffin and giving us a spine and seeing if a little toke of something will wake us up or whatever. Yeah, in other words, it's being added late to the city. But I do see the rhythm of the city changing, and I do see something curious. But I see that in parts of New York. I see that, Paris, and I see that in London when I visit London. I see that in Berlin. It seems to me that we want something on a smaller scale, but I think it's partly the gig economy that's creating it. A lot of people need a different kind of living style to match this contract-oriented economy. In other words, our jobs are so mobile, we want these little townships, and we want them badly. So we'll see how that all works. It's starting to make money. Like in London Fields in London, the banks started to follow where the suburbs, the little suburbs started. So I have a feeling that we're going to see tremendous changes in the rhythm of the city. I don't know how that works for the west side as much for the east side. It's going to get more and more different, because the west side was a suburb that was filled in after 1960 a lot, and the east side was a crazy quilt of towns that died at the same time. So I think what we're going to see something. I'm very interested in the river. It turns out the river was a braided system covering 800 square miles. It was like a chandelier upside down. And the reason why the river is so shallow is because there were so many creeks everywhere. So I'm wondering whether the geology of the city will come back. I'm hoping that we're not just going to add a spine, but we're also going to add a little bit of heart, right? Something like that.
One comment in question, but the previous panel was about identity, and the previous panel was about identity. And I think when you speak about Los Angeles, I love Laura's comparison of a seamless patchwork. And if we need some reason for optimism, I tend to be an optimist. I think of last week and last Saturday when we have more than 500,000 people in the street of Los Angeles, in this city so diverse and so large, and people with a common cause, and it was not hatred. It was many, many different objectives. And so I think that maybe we can build on that as an optimist side.
I mean, what are our options? Can we be honest?
One more question, our last question, make it good. Somebody didn't have a question before? Okay.
So I'm going to put my foot on something. Gentrification and immigration. If I have a community and I've got people coming into the community, how can I help them bring their energy into it in a way that empowers what made them want to come there in the first place, rather than try to bring where they left and recreate their familiar society? Or if you think that's not the right thing to do, talk about that, but those set of concepts.
You mean immigrants?
Both circumstances where you have people who need a new place to put their society or need to join a new society.
Yeah. I mean, the historical work on this, I'll just say this quickly so that everyone can have a chance to speak, because everyone has an opinion on this, I'm sure, is what tends to happen is you do recreate the place that you come from, but it becomes different. For example, taking L.A. as a simple model. L.A. is going to become statistically more Mexican over the next 30 years, and it'll look less and less like Mexico year by year, which is kind of amazing. So it's some kind of strange, talk about dialectic, right? The ethnographic dialectic, and in France, I think they're experiencing this very quickly also. You know, the change. In other words, it might look like Morocco or something one year, but then it changes into something else fairly quickly. So I'm an immigrant family character myself, so I think it's fantastic. Yeah, I feel so cheerful. Such a cynical guy. I'm such a nihilist usually. I don't know what you've cheered me up, but it is true that there is something miraculous about how people arrive in LA and they transmute parts of their culture. I find it really, really spectacular. I mean, the San Gabriel Valley may not be beautiful. It's definitely one of those places to drive past, right? But it's miraculous what's going on there. It's quite extraordinary to see the changes. So I think that's part of what we have going for us, no doubt about it. But I'd be interested to hear the French version of this story.
Okay, the last word, Bruce.
No, I have no last.
Okay. So. No.
Well, I think there is something specific to LA. It's that LA is not specific, and it's very interesting because at the same time it absorbs, right, everything in the world. I mean, I live almost on a campus, UCLA, which is how can I say that? A copy, a parody, something similar to Tuscany, 14th century. Yes, and it's much better than Italy of the Renaissance, much better. I mean, it's like Disneyland, right? It's much better than French castles.
It's utopia.
Yeah, exactly. So it absorbs something from elsewhere and it transforms it. And I think, actually you're right, you know, because it becomes something different.
Yes,
and something that is not a copy, that is not a parody, that is something else. That's why Heterotopia is interesting also, because it's another place that doesn't look like anything else.
And I'll just say a last word is, in each of their book, it's interesting because they give up this kind of analytical or rational way to try to understand, and they write in a more visionary, poetical, phenomenological, experimental way about the city, and that's what is really interesting. So you see it, you feel it more than, and that's why these are really interesting books on the city. So thank you so much, everybody.
If you have some lingering question, you might be able to ask a question outside in the courtyard to some of our wonderful guests, since we have to welcome another conference. Thank you for coming. I would like to thank the French consulate for setting up those Night of Ideas, and the Alliance Française, who sponsored this panel.
Are you with the Alliance Française?
Excuse me?
Are you with the Alliance Française?
I'm here the whole time.
Oh, okay, excellent. Excellent. just going to tell the people to take place and then after. Ça m'a fait drôlement plaisir de te voir pour une fois. Ouais. Tu m'as dit quand tu passes à Western Wood qu'on se prenne un pot. Bah je sais. Bon, bah alors quand on passe à Venise, on t'appelle. Tu nous manques.
Is the gentleman that was in the last panel is the gentleman still there for the last panel in this next panel?
I do not know because I'm not the one supposed to be in charge here. In fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take place, find a seat for our next panel.
Vous n'êtes pas prêts encore? Non. Tu veux que je t'aide? Tu veux que j'aille l'appeler? Parce que toi, tu dois rester pour t'occuper de ça. Alors, tu veux que mais on ne sait pas où elle est. Elle est dans la VIP room?
Je sais pas, tu viens d'avoir passé, tu as pas son numéro. Attends, il y a son numéro sur l'email, je vais l'appeler.
Ok, appelle-la. Ok, sweetheart.
Interesting. When I was at my friend's house, I was looking at a new book by Dolores, and there actually stones being picked up by some Italian diarists, and how wonderful they were, and threadbare clothing and old furniture, and it just made me think of these anarchists in Oakland who are the most dogmatic, argumentative, egotistical,
Some people like that too.
yeah,
Very progressive philosophy, but seem to be dogmatic about it.
yeah, and using separatist race tactics when they really shouldn't. So Bill's
Yes,
right.
nice. You're doing a Pinky Blinders again. It's better on this side, on one side. Yeah, that's much better. It's amazing. It changed a lot. I'm very sensitive.
If you are here for our next panel, Justice, Philosophy and Folly, please take a seat.
So we have a little delay. On a un petit
C'est ça. On se donne 2-3 minutes.
Oui, non.
Sinon, je pourrais faire la...
The next team is coming in, so
It was
team is leaving.
fascinating. I loved it.
It's so interesting. This city.
Could have gone to more.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to talk about how difficult it's going to be, but that's a kind of a cheap shot. We can do better.
I think if there is a dystopia in Los Angeles, it's the people that fell between the crack of it.
Oh, many.
This
yes.
patchwork we're talking about,
the poverty
the one
is
that fell,
overwhelming.
I think that's where the dystopia is.
I mean, remember, the inequality is growing even if the real estate prices are increasing. So one of the problems that urban specialists have is they don't even know where the poor people who were kicked out wound up. In other words,
Nor do they care.
I mean, Venice had many, many poor people. I don't know where they went. Remember, Venice, Oakwood Ghetto was very poor.
Yeah.
Where did they go?
I know. In the crack. They're
Yes.
forgotten in the crack, like dirt in between the
Yes.
floor things, you know?
But then they haven't disappeared.
No, they're just suffering in the dark.
Elle est assise là où elle vient de suivre.
No, they really needed to start, or could they start the discussion and then do the PowerPoint, or do they want to start talking? Ils ont un PowerPoint, une présentation. Okay, sweetheart. que tu...
Je peux filer,
Non, vas-y,
toi, tu es
vas-y.
libre.
Oh,
Hein,
je suis
tu-
pas... Et si on tenait...
J'ai pas trouvé Antonia, ça c'est bon. Si tu vois Antonia...
Mais ce que je vais faire, c'est que je vais aller sur la VIP room au cas où elle est là.
Je vais aller là-bas, elle était pas là. Séverine est en train de... Hi, bonsoir. Hi, good evening. We're really sorry about this. We're looking for just technology failing us right now, but they're all here. It's gonna happen. You're here. It's gonna be great, but please hold on just a couple minutes. We're getting there, okay? Thank you. Actually, since we're a little bit short on time, I'm just gonna introduce these people who are here to talk tonight. So we have Céline Spector, who's a professor at the philosophy department of the University Paris-Sorbonne, and who focuses her research on the French Enlightenment, Montesquieu, Rousseau, and their contemporary legacy. Then we have Daniel Brunstetter, if I say it correctly, I hope. Associate professor in the Department of Political Science and co-director of the program in International Studies at the University of California. Then we have, as a moderator, Christophe Litwin, who focuses his research on early modern French and European moral and political philosophy, who's going to moderate the debate that is going to be on justice, philosophy, and folly. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let me give you just a bit of introduction about our topic and our guests and why we chose. Okay. Do we have a All right. Switching to another mic. So justice, philosophy, and folly, and what we're going to talk about and the questions I'd like to bring up in our discussion, and also how we're going to organize this panel. First of all, justice, philosophy, in the presence of two political philosophers sort of makes sense. But what's folly about here? And I want to say that the reason why we chose this topic has to do with, first of all, the recent book that was published by Céline Spector, which is called Éloge de l'injustice, La philosophie face à la déraison, and we were wondering how to translate in English this concept of déraison, and we didn't come up with any better word than folly. Even though ill reason could work, folly seemed to be the best word. And also praises, éloge de la justice, éloge de l'injustice, éloge de la folie, praises of folly, praises of madness, obviously had this sort of early modern touch to it. Another reason is that Professor Daniel Brunstetter, my colleague at UCI, has a quote that ends all of his emails, and I thought this quote might be interesting as an introduction to this topic. It's a quote by Montaigne, who says, "Wisdom has its excesses and needs no less moderation than folly," right? And so the topic of our discussion tonight is, what does the fool has to tell us about not just philosophy per se, but to some extent political philosophy as such, and such notions as justice, social and political justice. And let me just give you two brief examples before I invite Céline to begin this conversation. two examples that sort of illustrate what this topic is about. Every fool, every character presented in any major political philosophy discourse is not just an irrational character. It is a character who makes a claim about a certain political reality. And that claim matters not only to the fool, it also matters to philosophy. It's never clear, actually, in many dialogues, many philosophical dialogues, who is the fool. Very often, the character who is the fool is in support of the mainstream opinion, and the philosopher is in support of the opinion that is regarded by the crowd as foolish. So he or she, for instance, who praises justice, or he or she who claims that political reality is all about injustice and maximizing one's interest, they both make a certain claim about political reality. And we're interested in the meaning of that claim, about the fool's claim. I would give a second example, and I would quote, and this is a topic that's of interest to us, particularly with my colleague Daniel Brunstetter, who specializes in the study of just and unjust wars. Recent elections have shown, there has been emphasis on distortions of truth, lies, factual denegations, denial of reality, and so on. In a nutshell, the description of American politics, but also, I would say, a description of Western politics. And my question will be, does this tell us something about today's political reality? Is it just lies? Is it just, presidents claiming that there are weapons somewhere that do not exist? Is it just a president making statements about factual evidence that is obviously wrong? Or is it an expression of a certain political reality? And that will be one of the two questions in the background of our conversation today. Let me bring this conversation introduce Céline Spector, who will present the first topic here today on praises of injustice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. My talk today will try to present my last book, as Christophe said, and I will start with a simple observation. Theories of justice often had to face a challenge, which I call the challenge of the fool. So what's the challenge of the fool? The fool is the one who dismisses the idea that it is rational to be just. So basically he says that it is irrational to be just. So the fool claims that justice is just an illusion or a folly. And he doesn't want to play by the rules, nor to follow conventions, when these conventions are contrary to what he thinks is his best interest. To the fool, the common good is fiction, equality is a mystification. On his view, nature preaches only the will to power and the desire of domination, perhaps even cunning and violence, force and fraud, a desire for exclusion and a thirst for humiliation. Yet I was intrigued by the fact that while praising injustice, the fool doesn't openly dismiss reason. Rather, the fool pretends to use reason as a tool. The fool wishes to convince everyone of the truth of his theory. Not only is the fool a skeptic, more importantly, he's an avowed cynic, pleading in favor of moral and political realism. So tonight I will give a few examples of this challenge of the fool, only two for the sake of time, and I'll try to show how contemporary political philosophy has forgotten this challenge and what are the consequences for political theory today and more generally for politics. So where is the person in charge with the PowerPoint? Okay. So 2 and 3. My investigation starts with Plato and his 2 famous characters, Callicles and Thrasymachus. I don't know if you're familiar with them. In the Gorgias, Callicles, first, argues that it is worse to suffer injustice than to commit it. How strange, how paradoxical. So Callicles basically is a moral relativist, and he claims that one should do what is in his best interest. To Callicles, happiness is obviously related to wealth, prestige, and power, period. Yet, and that's what's intriguing to me, Callicles also has his own political philosophy. He thinks that the aristocrats, like him, and not the people, should rule. He makes a claim against Athenian democracy, against equality, and against the rule of law. Now, I think that this version of the challenge will have an incredible legacy. And with the advent of a world of contracts, one of the major risks become the one of perjury, treachery, and breach of contract in general. So the fool now is the one who will not keep covenants. And I will try to follow that in hops. So, sorry, 2, 3. Next one. So therefore, the second character to enter the scene tonight will be the fool, who appears in chapter 15 of Leviathan in Hobbes' 17th century. And he appears in a kind of state of nature before the existence of the state. And the fool is the one who says, I will not keep my covenants. I will not keep covenants if it's against my best interest every time I think it's against my best interest. So if you can follow, please, 5 to 8. So the discourse of the fool, I won't have time to analyze it in detail, but we can come back to that later. Basically, the idea is that the fool says that, you know, it's not against reason not to keep one's covenant, since it's if they are against his own interest. And the question is, isn't that the philosopher's own theory? And what I found really intriguing with this challenge of the fool is that, in a way, the fool uses the philosopher's own arguments to say that, basically, you don't have to be just if it's against your best interest. So I find this chapter very disturbing because, as a matter of fact, the fool uses the philosopher's own argument. And we could say his discourse is as follows. He says to the philosopher, didn't you tell me that I should pursue my self-interest on all occasions? That only my self-preservation and power were of importance? And that in the state of nature, no moral consideration are binding? So how can you now want me to give up, for instance, a golden opportunity? So this is what I call the challenge of the fool, and there could be other examples, so like in Diderot, in the article Natural Right of the Encyclopédie 1 century later, and now the fool becomes what Diderot calls the violent reasoner, raisonneur violent. And it's a slightly different version of the challenge where basically the violent reasoner is moved by very basic instincts of aggression and domination. And this challenge will go on, if you can go on a little bit further. This is the discourse, I won't have time to analyze, so further. With Rousseau a little bit later, further. And then afterwards, further. With Don Juan, of course, at the 17th century, and then Sade, further. Where actually in Sade, what's interesting is that the fool now becomes the philosopher himself. So the idea is that it's not anymore a challenge between the philosopher and the fool, but the philosopher has become the fool. So he's the one saying that nature preaches, you know, only domination, aggression, and lust, and that there is nothing else, no moral commitment, no oath that is worth, etc., etc. So my question is now, what happens in contemporary moral and political philosophy? And this is Juliet's engravings. Sorry for the shock if you haven't seen them before, so could you go further, please? Yeah, so stop here. So now I want to say just a few words about the contemporary situation, and we could come back to the other philosophers afterwards if you want. So the idea is that this challenge of the fool has totally disappeared in contemporary political philosophy, and especially in post-Rawlsian political theory. Rawls is the one who has founded, again, political theory in the 50s, 60s, 70s of the 20th century. And basically, his idea of the political evil is more about what I call free riding, or what rational choice theory calls free riding, which means, for instance, if you don't pay your ticket, you know, when you use public transportation, or when you go, when there is a strike and you don't go yourself on strike, but you hope that the strike will allow you to win some benefits from the strike. So that's the idea of free riding, basically. And so my question was, how come that, you know, how, no, we are not yet, we are not there yet, please. So the idea was, you know, how come political theory has forgotten, you know, this sense of political evil, basic instincts of aggression, domination, lust, etc. And, well, first of all, I mean, we could come back to that, but this is, you know, the feeling is the fool has totally disappeared. But, and that's the last one, my question is, you know, did he really disappear in real life? And I could give, you know, several hints about, you know, the fool being back on stage with a lot of, you know, features that were already in the previous fools. So, for instance, in Hobbes' fool, for instance, you know, like the fact of not paying one's tax for like 18 years or so is something like, you know, exactly what, you know, Hobbes' fool would have done, probably. And also the fact to, you know, you want to renegotiate all the deals you've made. You want to back up on global deals or trade deals like, you know, NAFTA or TTP or whatever. So, because it's not according to your interest, your precise interest at this moment. So that is exactly Hobbes' fool. And you could also find, you know, things like closer to Sad's fool too, like, for instance, you know, nature just preaches lust and domination and aggression, so just grab what you need, and, you know, that's what life is about. So, and what I found interesting, and you know, Sad talks about torture a lot, and of course, unfortunately, we know that's back on stage too, you know, what should you do, you know, with these bad dudes? So, what I found really interesting is that, for instance, even in presidential debate, you had some, like Tim Kaine suggested that Donald Trump is a fool. And he just said it during the debate. So I was really struck, you know, now the fool is back, and how come contemporary political theory never mentioned it? So let me conclude. I think that our question is the original question of political philosophy. How can we deal with the fool in real politics? In the era of post-truth politics, can we show convincingly that the fool is wrong, that he contradicts himself? And more thoroughly, as Diderot said, for instance, can we say that the master of the art of the deal is finally doing for the United States and for the whole world a very bad deal? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Celine. And I'm sure there'll be a lot to talk about your presentation. I want now to introduce my friend and colleague, Dan Brunstetter, who is going to tell us about an other side of this discussion, because it seems that, you know, there is, I mean, I wouldn't say this about the last example you brought up, but there is a certain ambiguity about who the fool is and who the philosopher is. And as I said earlier, there is a discussion about who is it that makes the claim about nature and about what nature is about the reality of politics. Who makes that claim? Is it the fool only that makes the claim that actually injustice is in contradiction with one's self-interest, or can it be a claim made by philosophy? And to some extent, can that claim lead one, even some among the most, I would say, moral philosophers, to reverse their positions about what to make of that claim for justice in this life, in this world that is neither utopian nor dystopian, but happens to be about a certain reality we're in. And that's, I think, the issue that brings us to the discussion about just war. And that would be the topic of Dan Brunstetter's talk.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So Celine has told us how the idea of injustice has come back into the world through perhaps the character of the fool. And I want to tell a different story of how we've gotten to this idea of justice, and I want to cover about 2,000 years in the next 9.5 minutes. So bear with me, it's going to be a very fast story. It's much more complicated than what I'm going to say, but I just want to bring to the fore a couple of important ideas and thoughts that have helped lead us to where we are. But before I do that, I want us to take a little bit of a moment to observe where we are in the room, and I want to point out a trilogy of art back there which actually perfectly captures my exact talk: just war, just ideas, just occupy. I'm going to come back to each of those three throughout the talk. And I want to begin my story back in around the 4th century of the Common Era with St. Augustine in Just War. St. Augustine is, by many accounts, according to some, the father of the idea of just war. He was one of the first thinkers to really think about what the idea of going to war would be if it were to be just. And he said we have to wage a just war for the sake of peace. And it's a really important concept because he believed in this idea of justice, that you're not simply waging a war for the wrong reasons, but you want to restore order and justice in the world. It was the responsibility of the sovereign, the leader, to use armed forces to create a stable and peaceful world order and a just world order. What's important to note for Augustine is not simply that idea of responsibility of a sovereign, but also that he realized that it's an impossible task. Augustine was arguing in this context of a fallen world, of a fallen man in the Christian sense, and he realized that war was part of our nature, that sometimes it was necessary, that it was impossible to restore justice, but we had to try, and it was the leader's responsibility to do so. And so it's like a Sisyphusian task, if you will. You want just war for the sake of a long and enduring peace, but you realize that peace will never be long and enduring, and so just war comes as a necessity again. And this idea becomes hugely influential. I don't have time to go through the story. It becomes a major narrative throughout Christian thinking until we reach the time of, next slide, the Renaissance. And in the Renaissance, we see a change. And we see the ideas come to the fore in someone named Niccolò de Machiavelli. We've probably all heard the term Machiavellianism. And Machiavelli is not interested in justice. He's not interested in the world order as Augustine was. He's interested in gaining and maintaining power. And the ruler, in order to do that, sometimes has to learn to be unjust, to be not good. And while the leader shouldn't always do that, he or she should only do it when it's necessary. And while doing it, give the appearance of being virtuous. I don't want to spend too much time on Machiavelli, but I want to suggest first, going back to the idea of just war, there's an idea of just war. It's an idea that matters, and we'll come back to it in the contemporary era of how this idea of Augustine is resurrected. It's not just ideas. But what Machiavelli tries to do is he tries to give the leader a sense of power to be unjust when necessary. And I'll let you imagine today what that might look like, but you don't have to imagine too far. Guantanamo, drone strikes, torture, secret prisons, and the list could go on of all the ways in which our leaders, and I speak of Obama, and I speak of Bush, and I speak of others, have acted in Machiavellian ways. Next slide, please. But Machiavelli's ideas didn't win the day. Christophe cited Montaigne in the beginning of his speech, and he cited this idea. Montaigne is my favorite philosopher, so I'm going to spend a little time talking about him. I'll come back to him in the end. Montaigne has this idea that you need to be curious about the world. He's a skeptic. He doesn't believe in universal truth. He is, according to some, the founder of the modern idea of liberalism, this idea of respect and toleration towards others. And he wasn't arguing and writing in a time of ease and peace and utopia. In fact, anyone who knows French history, he was writing in the 16th century. It was a history plagued by religious conflict between Catholics and Protestants, between civil war. He was constantly coming in and out of civil war. And so one of his projects politically was to think about how to educate a future prince. And his idea of education was that a ruler should refrain from doing evil, not from a lack of power or knowledge, but for a lack of will. And so part of a lack of will was this idea of tolerating others for who they are and recognizing what he called presumption, having too high opinion of yourself and not high enough opinion of others. And so I see Montaigne and Machiavelli as kind of these two mirrors. And in many ways, Just War, Montaigne, Machiavelli have led us up to where we are today. But there's one important step to go, next slide, to lead us there. And that's this guy named Emir de Vattel and the sanctity of sovereignty. Has anyone heard of Vattel? A few people, one or two. The image you have here is George Washington. Everyone's heard of George Washington, right? Our first president. His copy of Emir de Vattel's book, The Law of Nations. Vattel was a hugely influential thinker in the idea of just war and sovereignty. People talk about the way the state system, the international system today, is founded, that each state has its borders. Vattel is arguably the intellectual origin of that. Some might say it might come earlier, but Vattel is certainly the one who really solidified the idea. And his argument was that states have a duty toward each other, a duty to respect certain kinds of behavior between states, but what happens within a state doesn't matter. You could be a just ruler, you could be a dictator, as long as you behaved according to certain duties with other states, then that was all you had to do. That was the only responsibility of a ruler. And so you see that in the international system today, or at least you used to. It's starting to unravel, but you couldn't intervene. Even all sorts of debates about humanitarian intervention get at something that they challenge the Vattellian argument. But Vattel had a caveat, and it's a really interesting caveat that brought back some of these ideas of just war that I want to conclude with. And his caveat was that if there's a savage or barbarian nation out there, the civilized, and whatever these terms civilized and barbarian means we can talk about, the civilized nations have a duty and obligation to come together to destroy and wipe out that nation, because the savage nations undermined international peace and authority. And that's an interesting caveat, because if we fast forward, next slide, a few centuries, and we get to, let's say, early 2000, 2001, and we see the beginnings of the, quote, war on terror and the invasion of Iraq, what we're seeing is a revitalization of just war. In my research, one of the things I found in looking in declassified CIA documents was an op-ed and a secret memo in the Bush administration saying, oh, the way they talk about just war today is problematic. We need to change that idea, and to do so, we need to go back to Christian ideas, St. Augustine, remake the world order. Just war for the sake of peace, to remake the world order. And by the way, part of that might be this Machiavellian kind of ideas. And what we're really doing it for, to bring back in Montaigne, is this idea of liberalism and tolerance. But we're ignoring what Montaigne said about, we don't really know about universalism or skepticism. And we're going to do it not to everyone, but only to those nations who had the caveat with Vattel, right? The savage nations, the barbaric nations, the axis of evil, the groups that we want to wipe out and destroy. And so what we see is this idea of sovereign responsibility to remake the world order, even with Machiavellic ways, unraveling the idea that was originally in Augustine about war for the sake of justice, a just peace. And that has led, through Bush to Obama, to this idea that just war can be for the sake of the liberal world order that we believe in, that I think all of us would believe in, even if we're pacifists. I'm a pacifist, except when it's just not to me, but that's my own contradiction that I worry about every day. And I want to conclude with kind of taking a jump of how this idea of you use just war to defend a world liberal order has led us to believe that the world liberal order is something important that we can take for granted that everyone believes in it. As if are the intellectual elite, but we don't see ourselves as the elite. And to quote Montaigne, this is what Montaigne had inscribed on the ceiling of his library: "The fool has more hope of wisdom than the man who calls himself wise." So to bring it back to the idea of the fool, who is the fool? The one who believes in the liberal system because that's what I've been brought up in, because I've been educated to believe in? Or is the fool the one who discredits that and tries to change it? I think from the point of an academic, I want to challenge both the fool, who we think the fool is, which Celine pointed out, but also myself, the fool, to think I took for granted a certain vision of the world that others might see as an elitist vision of the world. And it's important for us to re-challenge the question of the fool, but also see ourselves in the perspective of the fool as well. Thank you.
So I have a few questions for the two guests, but I also want to bring some questions to the floor. Let me just perhaps ask my questions because I've a bit prepared for them, and give you a bit more time to think about questions you might want to ask these two guests, our two guests. My first question I think would go to Céline and is in relationship to your comment on the idea that the fool has sort of disappeared from modern political philosophy or contemporary political philosophy and was somehow replaced by this character of the free rider. And one of the questions is, you know, at a foundational time for modern states, it mattered that, you know, everybody followed and obeyed the covenant and respected the covenants, right? Does it matter so much when the state becomes much more powerful and when, as a result, you know, there's less danger for the state if we have some people who don't respect the covenant? Or is it the case that in modern states there is so much control over the population that in fact it becomes much more difficult for the fool to be anything else than a free rider? I would say that you have examples in the 20th century of fools who allegedly managed to succeed in achieving revolutions. Do you have such examples in the 21st century or towards the end of the 20th century when the character of the free rider becomes that persona, right, that character? So that would be my first question to you, and then perhaps I should give you time to answer that and then switch to Dan.
Thank you. I would say that actually I didn't have time to insist on that, but in Hobbes, the fool is not only the one who doesn't keep covenants. Very interestingly, he's also a Machiavellian guy, like the one who would like to grab power and to seize the crown for himself. And the golden opportunity that he wants can be the crown itself. And actually Hobbes thinks about, like, you know, this Shakespearean situation when, you know, like someone really kills the king to get the crown, like Macbeth, like Richard III, like all this kind of, you know, regicide. And of course Hobbes has lived the situation in 1649 when the king was beheaded and the Republic arrived. So I would say that actually the fool has these different dimensions that we find also today. Of course, you have this very easy way to understand it as not keeping covenants. And I think it's still important to keep covenants for all kind of ways, I mean, for all kind of reasons. But you also have the dimension of, you know, who will seize the power. And in my book, at the end, I try to insist upon the fact that terrorism is a new way to understand what Hobbes understood as, you know, regicide, or more precisely is that in some kind of Islamic terrorism, the idea is that you have to think about the regicide coming back within the democratic stage, trying to kill the people and not the king, basically. And so you can find very, very similar situations. I don't think that, you know, something has deeply changed since the 17th century on this ground.
Okay. Thank you. And my second question goes to Dan, and this time it's a reflection on, first of all, I was very interested in what you suggested about the idea of a revitalization of this notion of just war and the kind of quotes that you found in, these archives. I'd be very interested in knowing more about that. But to begin with, one of the quotes that you gave by Montaigne, I think, is very interesting. The quote about power, knowledge, and the will not to do evil. Because what I think is very interesting in that quote is not that there's a desire for the prince not to do evil, is that at first he has knowledge and power. And what matters here is that his being able not to be unfair or unjust, not to be a criminal, has to do with the fact that he has power at first, power and knowledge, but the two come together. And my question is, to which extent does justice not become an attribute of power in that case?
That's a very long question to try to answer. I think in able to enact justice, in many ways, you have to have power, and so the two do go hand in hand. But to have power, you don't necessarily need knowledge. And I think that you can come to power without knowledge and use, to talk about recent circumstances. Yes, recent circumstances. One could see how even alternative facts or challenging what knowledge is, kind of what a skeptic would do, but in a problematic way. See, Montaigne was dealing with this tension between skepticism, but also being able to live your life. And so one of the things that he decided was, I won't make universal judgments, but I'll live according to the rules of my own society. And so that there were rules and there were norms, but his challenge was that those rules and norms changed on a daily basis during the Civil Wars. Maybe not daily, but yearly basis, depending upon who was in power and who made them, Catholics or Protestants. And so it was a very precarious time. And so he had two ideas. One, he could educate a prince who would potentially change them through knowledge and power with an ideal of justice, and justice being linked to toleration. Or he would take the solution, and this is where I'll part ways with Montaigne. It's very hard for me to do it. It hurts my heart. But part ways with him, and says he would go back into his, what he called his arrière-boutique, and just sort of hide away in his library and read books and not be engaged. And I think we actually need to do quite the opposite. I pointed to the third one over there, the idea of just occupy. The Bush administration used the just war doctrine to do just that, occupy, but not in the sense that I think we were thinking up there, occupy. So I think we have a responsibility, if we're going to use knowledge and power for the sake of justice as citizens, to think very closely about who's the fool and who's playing the fool.
Thank you. On that note, and just about that relationship between power and knowledge, one of the important claims here in considering recent events and considering the end of your discussion was actually who has that knowledge, because much of the discussion was about, a distortion of facts on the one hand, and at the same time, a misinterpretation of reality on the other. And so it's not clear that you can clearly state where knowledge is. At the same time, it's easier to locate where power stands, it seems to me. But that is another question. Maybe I should bring questions from the floor. Yes, please.
A long time ago, during the Vietnam War, it was easy to mobilize people against that war. Now, the war is invisible. The media has a blackout from telling people about the wars that are going on continually. And so I'm just asking what can be done to mobilize people with the knowledge of that the war is unjust and that it has to stop.
I think this is primarily for you.
Save the world peace. That's a hard question. I think searching for accurate information. And so you mentioned that wars going on and it's blacked out, but you can find out stories about it. One of the rich things about LA and Southern California is it's a very, very diverse place. And there are lots of refugees in Southern California. And one way to find out about war is to engage these populations and hear their stories. And we each have that opportunity to do so, and I would encourage everyone to go and find out these stories and hear firsthand. And you don't need to be blacked out.
If I may make just a brief comment as a moderator on this one, I think it's a very relevant question, not just for America, but more broadly speaking. I would say it was a topic of discussion, for instance, in France after the attacks of November in basically a year and a half ago, because one of the questions was, are we at war? And obviously, this was a very difficult question to answer because there were military operations in the Middle East already. And at the same time, there had been threats already. And it was very hard to consider whether these military operations were dealing with the state or not, whether this would qualify as war. And at the same time, the French government used the expression, we are at war against terror, which was an exact replication or reiteration of a motive that is well known in the US. And at the same time, you had lots of intellectuals who said, no, we're not at war. But it was a wrong answer to a large extent because, yes, we were at war already because we had military operations. And there were political reasons for that that did matter. And so taking a moral stand on the idea of war on terror on the one hand doesn't help you answer the question, well, are we at war? And that goes back to your question. But maybe other questions from the floor. Yes, please.
Thanks. I need this. I'm a little sick. First off, thank you for bringing in Montaigne. That's his whole skepticism about morality is something that I've really been struggling with myself and trying to figure out like these universal principles of justice. And of course, Aristotle will be all like, well, what is justice, right? So I feel like a lot of the history of political theory is trying to prefer certain principles of justice to prefer over another, or deconstructing ones that other people have figured out. So if we're going along with this Montaigne idea that like we should be skeptical about justice and it's hard to really figure which ones are real, how do you derive principles of justice, and how do you think of ways we should go about our lives in just ways?
Another easy question. So how much time do I have for a course of political philosophy?
Just enough to write the essays.
I mean, I think one of the beautiful things about Montaigne is he writes his essays, it's his major work, over his lifetime. And so he evolves as a human being, as a thinker. And so he goes back and continually re-engages his own ideas. And I think that sort of self-introspection, that reflexive idea, is really important for us to understand the assumptions that we bring to the table, where we come from, and how our lives can be impacted not only by what we read, who we know, who we meet, but also what happens to us, how history has its say in the way we live our lives. And so my answer to you would be continue reading Montaigne and keep your own idea of what you bring to the table as your assumptions, and make sure you know where they come from, and don't be afraid to change your ideas and think differently over time. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to give up the assumptions you have about justice. Montaigne was very clear that he didn't want to tell what other people's ideas were justice, but he really wanted to look at himself. And that he didn't say this, he said it sort of ironically, you can't learn anything from him, but you can actually learn something by reading his own dealings with his own tensions and contradictions. And the last thing I'd say is we all have tensions and contradictions, and understanding where they come from is the first step towards being able to say what we think about justice.
Other questions, perhaps? Yes. Thank you.
Hi. You were talking about the idea, and that brought to mind the question for me about democracy and the difference between democracy and monarchy. So that the people are like the king today. So I was thinking maybe it's possible that the people, or who we elect to be our leader, is a reflection of whether society is a fool or a king. In a way that, who do we adore? Who do we consider successful? Is it someone who's successful in business? Is it an athlete? Is it a movie star? Or is it a philosopher or a scholar or whoever we esteem in high regard? And how it reflects on society. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. You know, in a way, it's very difficult to answer because, as you know, if you count the votes, it seems that it's more complex than it looks like. I mean, so what does America worship now? You know, can you say such a thing? Can you just state, you know, that there is one idol? At least you can say that. America says that it's possible for a rich businessman to embody the presidential function, which is already something. But I don't know if you, I mean, I hope you cannot jump to the conclusion that, you know, like in the Bible, you know, it's the, do you say the golden veil? Because of course you could have this interpretation.
Can I follow up on this? And because it seems to me that part of your argument was that you suggested initially that what characterized the fool as a character in philosophy was his ability to follow a sort of rational thread or rational argument. And it seems to me in that sense, there is something I don't completely follow when you come to the conclusion that Trump embodies to some extent that role. Because if I were to quote Trump during the election, I wouldn't say that what mattered was the rational argument. I think what mattered were the signs that were sent largely to a good part of the population that experienced something that wasn't necessarily easy to translate in a rational discourse or to be identified in a rational discourse that was produced by the elites, which to some extent brings us back to this question of whether it's as easy or not to identify who is, well, first of all, is Trump really playing the role of the fool that you described initially in political philosophy? And secondly, is it really as easy to define those roles in reality between the philosopher and the fool? You know, it'd be easy to be able to just say, there's knowledge on the one hand, there is someone who is simply lying on the other hand, or who is simply building on resentment and ideology on the other hand, whereas there is also a phenomenon which as such might be telling something that was invisible in the eyes of the ones who claimed that they knew better.
Well, I don't want to make a general interpretation, but let me just say one thing about reason. You can have a basic, very simple interpretation of what reason means. And for instance, in Hobbes, reason means calculation. It means only instrumental reason, the way you follow your best interest, what you perceive as your best interest. So reason is very simple. It doesn't mean a complex, articulated discourse. And also, for instance, in Diderot, when he talks about reason, it's mainly about reciprocity. If you're a human being, if you have reason, it means that you're able to understand reciprocity. And in a way, you can say that, you know, your president understands reciprocity. For instance, what he said to the Germans. I don't see, you know, many American cars in Germany, but we have a lot of German cars here. So that's a basic idea of reciprocity. If we get your cars, you should get our cars. And the way he wants to renegotiate the treaties, in a way, you know, is based on a very simple idea of reciprocity. So you know, this kind of simple reason, you can grant it to him.
I guess we should all buy Apfel computers out of reciprocity. Are there more questions, perhaps from the floor?
I guess I'm a little curious about how you would apply all these different theories of the fool, but with the uptick and surge of anti-intellectualism that has been happening. If it's not growing, it's definitely maintaining, and just whether the idea of the fool, how that applies to that, generally speaking, I guess, and also whether anti-intellectualism is more like the cart or the horse, like which sort of, is it being pushed forward because of it's benefiting those pushing it, or are they being pulled behind to be learning like, oh, we've got you covered and protected, sort of which one's leading the other, if that makes sense. Thanks.
It's a high-speed train, I would put it. I mean, I think the easiest way to challenge anti-intellectualism is to become engaged with the community, and the community is a big word. You might even want to think of it more of communities and communities within communities, and part of that means going into difficult, uncomfortable situations and talking with people and trying to learn their stories and where that comes from and try to find points in common. One might call it a bridge, and part of the idea of an intellectual is to take a step and go on that bridge. And maybe no one will join you, and then you go further and further and further. And eventually, you might find points in common that you didn't know. And if you don't, then you should start constructing points in common.
Yes, please.
I think something that we're kind of ignoring in this discussion of intellectualism is the argument from emotion. And I think that there's a lot of those who do support Trump or who are on the Republican or conservative side who are speaking from emotion and personal experiences and are not applying rational thought to their rational actions. So as far as creating a bridge or common points, in a way, I'm wondering if maybe intellectuals or those who tend towards intellectual thought have to give up a little bit of that and embrace the emotional part in order to create that bridge.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the challenge is if we stay too ensconced in our intellectual ideas and cease to realize that there's a whole other side to that, then we miss these points in common. So I would say, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, actually, that's the main thread of the book. I mean, saying that, the problem with the rational choice theories, which are predominant today in the United States, more than in France, for instance, is that they forgot all the emotional dimensions, which is not true of all political philosophy, because a whole bunch of philosophers also are very interested in political emotions. For instance, Martha Nussbaum, she's a philosopher in Chicago, and she wrote all this very, very nice book about political emotions. So it's not a general feature of political theory today. It's only one, let's say, one big branch of political philosophy.
Can I just say something about this? I'm not sure. Actually, I completely agree with this idea. And let me just say why. Because it seems to me that very often we are going to point to the emotion of the people who voted for Trump and not necessarily in the other case. And in that regard, I'm wondering whether we're not taking a position in which we're considering from the get-go that their disposition to vote for him and to make a statement by voting for him is strictly emotional and not, to a certain extent, the expression of a kind of rationality. And maybe it is the case that for 20, 25 years, I'm not saying this is a general case, I'm saying this might be the case for some of the people who voted for him. Maybe it is the case that for 25, 30 years, they haven't found answers in what's the mainstream political discourse that is represented as the discourse of knowledge and rationality. And maybe for them, it's not just an emotional reaction, it's also a way to say, I disagree, and at some point I need to find a good way to express that, which does make a difference. And so if you don't find the correct answer in the mainstream discourse that is alleged to be that discourse of knowledge, and which is represented by what this guy points out to as the elites, then maybe it is a rational choice to some extent. Maybe it's one that is hard to understand from my perspective, your perspective, but I wouldn't just make it that obvious that it's just a reaction based out of emotion. Because if I make that judgment, I might, put myself in a position where I think that I'm on the side of knowledge on this, whereas I don't necessarily share that experience, and I might miss something in that regard. See what I mean? I think there was another question I saw from that side. Yeah.
I say we're gonna have to let the
Not
pearl.
even one?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna do one more, but then we have
Okay.
another discussion.
So
Thank you.
make it count.
Where
There
was
was a-
it? The best question.
That was your question. You had a question.
I decided not to ask it. But I was going to give props to what you just said in the fact that the choice, as I understand it, of many voters of their second choice after Trump, among those who supported Trump, was a very rational man, Bernie Sanders. So, what you have to say and what she has to say, perhaps you should get together and talk about it.
Well, then we should get together and talk about it. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to both of you.
So for those of you who are sticking around, we're going to have another discussion, so you're welcome to stay more into the night to talk about fueling the forces of experimental music and allied arts during storms of extreme inequity. I hope to keep you with us. Bonsoir, one more time, good evening. Thanks for being here at the La Nuit des Idées, the Night of Ideas. So I'm gonna ask one thing from you, since you're here and you're stuck around, is that you give a big, warm round of applause for our speakers here tonight. Please, come on, go ahead. It's warm, it's nice, thank you. So, here I have David Rosenboom, who's a musician, a pioneer in experimental music, who did an amazing piece earlier outside. I hope you got a chance to catch it. It was really beautiful. Then we have Aving Kong, who's going to talk. He's a composer, a violinist, and a conductor. And we have Norman Klein, who's a critic, urban and media historian, and novelist. And they're going to talk about fueling the forces of experimental music and allied arts during storms of extreme inequity. Just that. Okay, hold on, it's going.
Thanks for hanging around, everybody. I know it's late, but maybe we can delve into this a little bit. So the way I thought we'd do this is that I have a few slides to just get us going. And I know Avon has some things to say, and Norman is a commentator on virtually everything in the world, and so we'll hit this. So let me just run through some. I'm going to go over here so I can see what you're looking at, just to start some of this. So the title is, it comes out of, I imposed this title on everybody else. So it comes from, of course, we're all in this political chaos that we're dealing with right now, but I want to think of it as not just an American phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. And so I want to look at some of the forces and look a little bit at a few examples historically that come from experimental music, but it's about what can we, is there a way for the experimental arts to be actually effective in some sense in this long arc of what's going on right now that we're all trying to figure it out. So these are just some things. So the first one is just to point out, according to recent United Nations population statistics, this usually scares people, that 40%, more than 40% of the world's population is under the age of 25. That to me is like saying the water is rising, you know. That's a huge thing. What are all of those people going to do? That's almost half of the world is at that age. Now, whatever's going on anywhere in any country politically, that's a force. It's a huge force that's going to come up and start to do something in the world. What? We don't know, but they're going to do something. The biggest contributors to this, I don't know if this works on that. You can't see it on that. Are the yellow one is Asia and the red one is Africa. Of course, those are the big ones, right? Contributing to it. But it's quite an amazing thing. Next slide. Okay, so who are they? Well, what are their characteristics? They're predominantly poor, and here we are in a world of unparalleled inequity. And they're globally connected because they have learned how to do this. It's natural for them. They like to be collaborative. We know this, I mean, as a university level teacher, we see this all the time. They're collaborative and social. They're hungry. They have high expectations, I mean. They're feedback driven in their next one. They are innately inquisitive and creative. They're customizers and experimenters. They blend the personal and the professional. The borderline, you know, those are not, they don't really separate. They're very determined. They want stuff to happen. There's an urgency, and they're concerned, of course, being in education, they're concerned about the cost of education and making a living. Their inspirations are pan-stylistic. They are not, of course, I'm talking largely from the context of the arts and music, but they are, I call it genre deviant. There is no priority given to any particular source of inspiration. They're collectively emergent, they're socially relevant, and they want to have a creative role in whatever they do. So that's 40% of the world's population, almost half. Okay, we all know that book, right? By now. I do think this central contradiction of capitalism that's kind of at the heart of this book, that is causing a lot of our problem, that the rate of return on investment is greater than economic growth, is of course one of the engines that generates this, because it means that the people who have all the money can continue to play games with it in castles in the air, and everybody else is not part of that game. Go on. So here's a couple of propositions. One says, I'm not proposing that these are true. These are questions as much as to think about in terms of leading to the last one, that inequity grows to extreme proportions between periods of global catastrophe. So if we look at the history, if you take the data that I've read, I'm not an economist, but I have been reading. It appears as though we get this huge divide, and then there's some great catastrophe, like a war. And then that evens it out, and then it begins to grow again, and then there's another one, and that evens it out, and then it grows again, and now we're at a place where the division, the separation is the greatest that we know of, given the data that we can see. Then the second proposition says repeated economic crashes serve to concentrate wealth among a smaller and smaller population. That seems obvious, right? The purpose of the crash is to allow those with the cash to come in and buy everything, and then we go on again, and then we have another one. Then the third says, historically speaking, catastrophic events have been the primary focus for redistributing wealth. I said that already. And then the last one, which is what I'm leading to, the experimental arts can help to explore propositional models of human dynamics in palpable and thinkable ways. Is that true? In other words, I'm proposing, let's say it's a proposition that it's true. Now let's find out, can it really be? Go ahead. Okay. Can the agency of experimental arts be fueled to play an effective role to stimulate positive evolution in this context? That's the question for this that I proposed for this panel. Okay, I work with what I call propositional music. I mean, people say, well, I'm into experimental music, but it's about, what I mean by that is that it's about building models of worlds and universes, evolution, brains, consciousness, or whole domains of thought and life, and then proceeding to make work that is consistent with that model. So we as artists have the luxury that the scientist doesn't have, which is that we can propose a way that the universe works, but we don't have to be right. I mean, right in the sense that we can prove it to everybody else, or you can take it around the world and say you can build a career on proving this. We can say, okay, what if? Now we can make an artistic experience that somehow explores that model. And then we go from there. So now I'm just going to quickly go through a little bit of history of just some examples of things that have happened in the past in the world of experimental music or propositional music that have had the intent of being involved in this. Now, for me, my work really emerged out of the 60s, and that's one of my larger works called How Much Better If Plymouth Rock Had Landed on the Pilgrims, which has been now revived, and it's being played all over the place. That's 1968, 69. Of course, we went through that huge upheaval at that time, and now we're wondering, do we have to do it again? Well, if we do, we have to do it better. Next. And next. It was going to play some sound, but we're not listening to sound. Here are just some pictures of how that is. It's now done with music and film. You can see an image there that investigates some of what this is about. The next one. There's another one. It involves emergent forms that are not predefined in the composition and have to be collectively developed. And one of the things I think that's important in how we go forward now is that we examine what the idea of intelligence is that I think of it as a collective thing, almost like a field like a physicist would talk about a field. I think of intelligence as a field. And here's another example of one where there are musicians from many different cultures that play, that have to do this in that piece. Next one. Now, this is 1969 also. The British composer Cornelius Cardew developed something called the Scratch Orchestra, which had a constitution. So here's a group of experimental musicians who are trying to explore social models in their musical life. And this constitution, it's really interesting if you read it. It's only 2 pages long, and you can go to the next one. I'm not going to go through it, but it actually was a structure that was intended to create something that was egalitarian, where everyone was equal in the creation of music. So there was no more this separation of the iconic composer who makes something and then everybody else has to follow the rules that were written down by that composer. It was difficult, and it kind of almost fell apart at one point, because it's a hard thing to do to make something like that work, but that was an important experiment. This is the book that it comes from, if anyone is interested in it. It was published by Latimer Press and brought over here by MIT Press. Next one. Here's an example. Now we move to 1974, a famous piece by the composer Frederick Rzewski. That's from his manuscript. It's called Apolitical Intellectuals. It's a song about exactly that, about the problem of the intellectual world being effectively apolitical, not in being agents for change. Next. Here's another great American composer, Christian Wolff. And this is a piece where here's the music. Look at the words. After a few years of prosperity, the disquieting news of the few bankruptcies, the national bank increases credit rates, prices rise, and/or money's scarce. Unemployment rises. The crisis is made to appear as something beyond human control, an ordeal from heaven, a storm, earthquake, or flood. But what is a modern crisis? The manufacture of commodities, the production of food, their sale, trade, industry, all those are all are relations of human society. It is people who produce those commodities, who buy them. Exchange takes place from one person to another. You will find in the factors which make up a modern crisis not a single circumstance which would fall outside the sphere of human activity. Your activity, who now, where now, is your enemy your friend? So that is an interesting lyric for something that there was in the early 70s really quite a strong movement in the experimental music world to try to do things that have political agency, put it that way. One more. And then one of the most famous, again by Frederick Rzewski in 1975, called The People United Will Never Be Defeated. It's a famous song, and that's one of his most famous pieces. Now it's considered a classic standard. Next. And these manuscripts are from this book. This is just in case anyone is interested. A wonderful set of interviews from 1976 by the German composer Walter Zimmermann that I helped get published. That contains a lot of interest. It's a wonderful snapshot of that moment and what people are thinking in terms of social, sociocultural, and socioeconomic times. Next. And a couple of others I couldn't not say. 1967, the late Salvatore Martorano, a great American composer, made a new setting of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address called LGA. I put it up there. I was thinking about it because it's going to be revived and programmed by the LA Philharmonic next year. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. 3 films with electronics has been considered one of the most powerful anti-war pieces of that time. And then John Cage's lecture on the weather, which was an interesting story there. When we got to the bicentennial in 1976, many composers were being commissioned and all sorts of stuff was happening. But then it turned out nobody had commissioned John Cage to do anything. Well, the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, decided to commission Cage, and that this was the piece that he created. It has a statement. It's one of the few times that Cage ever actually made could be considered a political statement. And it begins with him giving that statement, and then the score he intended to be performed by 12 male voices speaking texts that are carved out of Thoreau. And they should be people who don't live in the United States. So, so he brought it. He didn't say exiles, but he brought it to. It was brought to Canada. I happened to be on the faculty at York University in Toronto at the time, and we organized the premiere of the piece. And it was quite an amazing experience with Cage doing it, but it has a strong impact. That's me at the same time doing a piece that I call On Being Invisible, which is about all sorts of symbols about what it means to be an initiator of action or part of a world that is bigger than yourself. And it involved early experiments with brain. I had to mention, this is another wonderful artist named George Manupelli, who was the founder of the Ann Arbor Film Festival and the legendary Once group, who did many very powerful pieces with political content. This one was called, what was it called? The Naked Truth, I think it was called. And he died a couple of years ago and has done many amazing things. These are some t-shirts he made for the Ann Arbor Film Festival. He was very involved. He had a whole retelling of the Sacco and Vetti trial story, and the one on the left is Sandinista. He got very involved with the artists in support of Nicaragua. We can go by this. This is an opera in which all the parts are whispered, called Naked Curvature of My Own, which the whole structure of the piece has to do with the social relationships of all the performers. And I put it there because I played it outside, but we don't need to get into it. That's a scene from the opera in which the text actually comes from Nietzsche. It's his statement on the nature of inspiration, which I think is very powerful. Next, and keep going. That's part of the same thing. The next couple of slides are just manuscripts from that opera. Okay, this is an interesting example, more recent. This took place in 2008 and 2009. There was an organization prior to the crash called the Transatlantic Arts Consortium, which connected 3 institutions in the US and England. And I was asked to get involved with them, and I was commissioned to do a work in which the idea was to gather a group of young composer performers from around the world to try an experiment to make a collective work about something that needs addressing in the state of the world today. And it ended up being tremendously powerful. This was a collective project. It produced an opera that has nonlinear content. In other words, there are many routes through the story. And the result was something that grew, that was with a libretto that grew out of the structure, not the piece of the work itself, of the Buddhist Diamond Sutra, because the collective wisdom was what's wrong with the world today is ignorance. So it was trying to address that, and it was produced, and it was very, very powerful. It exists still on the internet now. You can go and look at it. That was a good example more recent. There's a picture of the performance that was done at Red Cat here. Next one. Here's another one that I've got involved with more recently. There is something called the World Culture Forum. It is in parallel with the World Economic Forum, but we don't know about it very much. Well, it was held in Indonesia this year, which was, what, 2010, I think? And people come from all over the world. It's, representatives from countries, high-level government figures from all over the world come to this conference. And they have this forum, and there are meetings and so on. And I was really lucky to be asked to collaborate with a wonderful Indonesian artist named Sardono Kusumo, who I've worked with a lot, to create the opening spectacle for this. And we created it. We knew we were going to have a lot of people to work with, so we used a sort of swarming behavior and tried to explore the idea of what it meant to put together a group and explore this idea of this sort of collective intelligence. So it was called Swarming Intelligence Carnival, and it had 600 musicians from all over the world performing, and it was extraordinarily inspiring. Those are some of the pictures. The next slide. This is a rehearsal. If we had sound plugged in, we could hear an example, but there's something. Now, the interesting thing, I was very inspired by the forum, by the conference, and I said, dignitaries from all over the world talking about culture, about world culture, not about individual cultures, but about what is world culture. But the US didn't participate. There wasn't anybody there except me. So it's one of the reasons why we don't hear much about it. Next. Yeah, there they are going. But what? What did I do then? Me dance? No, I mean, you don't want to see me dance. Go ahead. Okay, pass that one. That's another subject we don't have time for. Okay, now and the whole idea of the collective intelligence, this is an example of a high-tech approach. These are 4 performers in a piece where there's a technique now called hyperscanning that's getting very, very powerful, in which it looks at how a group of people can function as if they were one big brain. And this technique is being used on, these people are actually performing a piece where their act is to listen. And so the nature of how they listen determines the way the music unfolds. So I put it in there because it's I don't know, there's something about what it is that connects us in some larger means of intelligence. Pass that one too. That's a picture of it in performance. Let's go quickly through this. Next and next. And then this thing, you've heard a lot about this probably. Yuval Sharon, the director of this opera, was here earlier today. That was, again, a collective project. It was really quite extraordinary. This was supposed to be about utopias in L.A., and this piece had a lot to do with that subject, I think. One from there. I did another piece involving the brain. I thought I might perform it outside, but it was too cold. And these are people inside cars. You can go past that one. That's the technical setup. And then I couldn't help but throw in a couple of old tunes that we have when we're wondering about music and its effectiveness politically. I just couldn't not forget Marvin Gaye. And there's another one, and another one. This, I want to plug a book. I've just read this book. I don't know if you know it. It's a reading of the Declaration of Independence in a new way from the point of view of equality, and I found it really quite brilliant. It turned around a lot of the thinking I had about that particular document, and I want to recommend it. And the next, and then I ended with a poem from Gertrude Stein from Making of Americans. Should I read it? You know it? Shall I read it? Many things then come out in the repeating that make a history of each one for anyone who always listens to them. Many things come out of each one, and as one listens to them, listens to all the repeating in them. Always this comes to be clear about them, the history of them, and the bottom nature in them, the nature of natures mixed up in them, to make the whole of them in any way it mixes up in them. Sometime then, there will be a history of everyone. Okay, that's the end of the slides. So now we can just talk. So I'd like to pass maybe on to Avon, who had some things to say, and Norman just chime in.
I can chime. It's the only musical thing I can chime.
Hello, hello. All right.
Your mic is down. Oh, my mic?
Thanks for that illuminating talk and that genealogy of all these radical musical practices that need to be remembered. I actually was in a performance of Lecture on the Weather last year with the late Pauline Oliveros and Laurie Anderson and Ann Carson and a lot of illustrious people, and yeah, it was a great blessing to be part of that. At the same time, I kind of wonder if fetishizing or making an icon out of that repertoire doesn't just re-embed it in another cycle of like modernity and basically coloniality and oppression. There is the, well, I had that thought during the piece, Lecture on the Weather. I was kind of like, we're revisiting an old radical piece, but it doesn't seem so radical anymore. It seems like we're valorizing it in a certain way to fit into kind of regime of contemporary music, which serves some kind of structure that is not, that I have my doubts about. And I wonder how to get out of that cycle. Parliament Funkadelic, I think, has an album called America Eats Its Young, and it's a sense, it's a very familiar sense of just being eaten alive while you're trying to create something radical, something new, something contemporary or experimental. So I just wanted to kind of respond to that situation, maybe propose other, another model or two or three for thinking of experimental. I think what's on the table is a relationship of the time of music to the time of history in some sense. We're talking about the relation of musical practice to political practice, and especially this agency of change. How can it be affected? The model to where music is defined as organized sound or something like that, the combinatorial structure of that, which is Varese. I think it needs to be balanced with basically the inverse model. The sound is comprised out of music, organized music, maybe disorganized. That would sort of counteract the effect of like naturalizing sound and this sort of modern model of absolute music that kind of comes up. But it would balance it with, it's not entirely going to music as social practice. I feel like many of the radical composers of the past were caught in a paradox where the social practice was actually kind of contaminated with the notion, with the Wagnerian notion of absolute music in a way, or what Harry Partch called Beethovenian abstract music. You know what I mean? So in order to rethink that, I think that experimentalism that plays into the relationship of musical time and historical time, it's kind of like there's nested timescales and nested discourses of language within, sort of like the spectral composers like Grisset and Moray talk about. I mean, they naturalize music, but they talk about nested hierarchies within sound, frequency, rhythm structure, you know, on those levels. And maybe we could follow them and naturalize music histories as other registers of other time scales. But there is a more, to me, far more interesting way of thinking about it, which is simply pragmatism, just telling stories about the past, about the future, about music, this history as historiography. That actually is very functional. It links the time of music and time of history in a very tangible sense through, for example, functions like music education. And I'll think about, I'll end with a little quote from Harry Smith. He said when he got his Grammy for, you know, Anthology of American Folk Music, he said something like, "I've lived long enough to see America change through music, and music change through America." I'm not sure if that's the exact quote, but that shows the pragmatic side of it. It's absolutely clear, although when he made the anthology, he was working with very esoteric content, like the Robert Flood cover, and talking about the music of the spheres. And I think I read an interview where Harry Smith was talking about Plato and the Republic and wanting to sort of bring down the Republic with this infernal notion of music, you know. So I think if you take that and then his statement at the Grammys, that's basically the balance, you know. That, for me, to synopticize those two views would result in an experimentalism that I think could be truly vital in terms of social change.
Norman, you want to riff on that? Or whatever?
I riff. This is my riffing device. Well, I guess speaking as a non-musician first, so I admit to my flaws right away, right? And with respect, but who, because he teaches Cal Arts, is constantly inundated with these strange people mentally playing on keyboards while they're talking to me, right? And on and on and on. And having watched this process for a long time, and then working on various projects, trying to explain what this inequality issue amounts to structurally, and I have recently become obsessed with one question. So I'll go over that. Well, I'll try to go over it briefly because it's complicated, actually. I mean, the process of this inequality that is afflicting us now begins more or less in the course of the 1970s. It's many factors at once, and this is past midnight, so we'll just leave you to understand that the problem begins back then and is fairly systematic, and Piketty notices it, but we're talking more directly about the prologue to globalism, and then how globalization and neoliberalism generated something rather strange and accelerated a process that has now created a constitutional crisis and delivered this crazy yellow-haired person, with what in Brooklyn they used to call a duck's ass haircut, right? And I won't waste time preaching the obvious, right? But then we slow down a little bit and try to understand. I was trying to figure out what is the structural change of all this, because I also work on art pieces, and the strangest part about my writing history and criticism is that in the last 8 years or so, David and I came into contact for almost the first time outside of the cafeteria visits, right? Where we wave and chat and complain about the world together. And occasionally, some bad wine and plastic glasses, events like that. I was doing a project that involved archiving and sound and intervals. And it was 2,000 images. It's called The Imaginary 20th Century. And it had to be for a museum, but not just that. It had other purposes. And I was trying to figure out how to get sound into a rhythm for all these images, and the story was a kind of novel. So it began to obsess me how, on one hand, I'm dealing with these political questions, right? On the other hand, I'm trying to figure out how to get through this thing without having any more than 3 or 4 nervous breakdowns, which is more or less average for these kinds of projects. And I'm sure you understand, some of you, what that's like, right? Trying to get it right. People who are using the funding you provide for them to find a new wife rather than to complete the project and so on. But in the process, I learned something about sound and something about music that was changing at the same time that I was researching this other problem. So what is it that actually happened, right, in the last 40 years that has put us in this insane situation, right? In brief, it seems to be something like this: a kind of emergent urban industrial feudalism as a condition has been accelerated in the United States to the point that it's close to destroyed our constitutional government. That's a very weird thing to try to admit. And then I've gone over literally dozens and dozens of versions of this feudalism, because it's really an oligarchical system that reinforces the legal rights of inequality and is based on increasing inequality. It tends to wither the state. It builds itself around indentured labor, which can also mean gig economy labor, and on and on and on. It's very, very clear. It's frighteningly clear, to the point that when Trump arrived, it was like a triple word score in Scrabble. I could not believe how much bullshit this guy fit into, right? And then at the same time, I'm working on this project, you see, dealing with sound, and then it becomes apparent to me that the way that images rhythmically appear in big data is extremely similar to the way intervals in music work, because I was working with these sound people. And it went on and on and on. It became very clear that this process of globalization has enhanced the feudalistic qualities of our economy and our politics in a way that's similar to what happened in music. That was very hard, because music is usually seen as the thing outside. Oh, and then there's music, and occasionally they make a political thing out of it. They put in an opera in it. But it's not like art, that's in the middle of politics. But what I would call the granular nature of music, because of the importance of the computer and the way that new systems of sound and noise were integrated into musical systems, is very, very similar to what happened politically. We got more and more layers and layers and layers of outside interference until the layers have finally destroyed the ability for our country to function naturally. Whoa. So that means that there is a parallel between white noise musically and white noise politically. And then the orange man appears, right? And it's apparent, it's not accidental, it's interesting. So that means that the form of music and the form of archival fiction and the form of big data and the fact that buildings start on computers first, all these things are related. We have a very porous, highly digitized, granular civilization. We have more dust on the lens than we have light through the lens. And we finally have reached the point where this condition has destroyed the vertical systems of our culture. Does that sound, I see you nodding, because it sounds pretty damn close. It only takes 8 years and you can get to this point, right? And so I have hundreds and hundreds of documents. I have, in fact, I think I have these loose leaves with 500 pages of documents, and I have at least 25 to 50 of those, and thousands, literally hundreds of books, plus all the other stuff. And then I interviewed myself to see how I did. Because I figured, how did I do the last 40 years? I'm old, I should, and I flunked every question. I missed it all, just right over my head, right? So I'm determined that part of what we have to do is understand that the fact that we have a much more granular, fractionalized culture, and we have a much more horizontalized system of power, is not strictly accidental, and it may be an opportunity to make not just music with a theme, but music with a structure that speaks to our condition. That's pretty cool, yeah? So I think it can be done in games. I think, in the late 19th century, it wasn't accidental that they constantly referred back to musical tropes to try to figure out where their poetry was going. And Nietzsche was trying to figure out using music to understand what the future of what this and that is. I think for the first time in a long time, music, for whatever reason, is at the center of understanding this fractionalized, dusty, confused nature of things. And I think that we may be able to get something really powerful done. We'll find out, right? So that would be my statement. I don't know whether I've made sense, because it's hard to condense what is obviously a big book that's coming out, right? But I think I've made enough sense. At least one person's nodding continuously. So I've communicated to one person, right? And that's 10% right there, right? So we'll open up for other questions and issues, but there's no doubt that it's not just making the theme fit the political question, but it means making the structure, the rhythm, the presence, and the absence part of the story. And it's interesting that music is one of the notation systems possibly for what our next crisis may have to face. Interesting, yeah? Anyway.
That lays out a really interesting project. I mean, that's a lot of, let's do it. That's a lot of work. But okay. No, I mean, it's a lot. Let's do it. There's a lot of, that takes a lot of investigation and research. Yeah, we could do that. And figure out how that yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. Another question occurred to me in connecting what the two of you maybe were saying, and it just occurred to me that, we hear a lot of, have heard, especially in technology and innovate, the innovation in new things, the disruptive or the disturbing idea that shakes things up has become commodified in a way that it's what you make a startup out of, right? So, and you were talking about the sort of somehow the meaning of the radical and the experimental in a way. Now it's been undermined because the radical and the disturbing idea has now become commodified. I mean, we already commodified ignorance, but now we're commodified. We commodified that. So that changes the whole meaning.
The radical is a sliding scale. We all know that, right? but we intend to slide it the right way.
Yeah, hopefully. Should we?
I would just on this notion of white noise as a form of radicality, whether you call it left or right.
Representing a radical problem. I'll lower the temperature a little.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. In terms of the the representation of data and whatnot, but I would question. It goes back to the thing that I was saying about the experimental music, and particularly Lecture on the Weather of Cage, based on the Thoreau texts and so on and so forth. How much clarity can you really have in a constitution in a country that was formed on genocide and slavery? In 1492, you already have a great deal of white noise coming through the historical trauma. So maybe the hyper-real image of the Constitution and image of the nation, that image being fragmented and turning into white noise is either something inevitable or something desirable for a certain strain.
I mean, obviously the issue of race and imperialism and identity is crucial to us. And I think part of what enhanced this crisis what began during the Second World War and afterward, when the European imperialist controls fell apart, and with it, a lot of the Western hegemony fell with it. We have all these factors that brought the mess that we have. We have high consumerism. We can blame it on Disneyland and McDonald's, right? We have the post-colonial crisis, and all of these issues at once have to be dealt with, but they can't be dealt with in the same object. So I don't have an answer as to how that can and can't be done, except that people should do what's in the spirit of it, right? But we need to have at least a language that's more flexible, that's more playful, that can resist the impact of commodification. And yeah, of course, when you deal with music and sound, the one thing musicians know is that music is from all over the world. And so the musicians have a freedom that, frankly, a lot of other people don't. If you, I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from an immigrant family. I wrote a novel about the Vietnamese, about Vietnamese life, and a lot of people said, "You're not Vietnamese." I said, "No, they were my neighbors." I said, "You have no right to talk about your neighbors if they're Vietnamese." I said, "What, are you kidding? I mean, what if they?" And I remember saying, "What if they were Irish hunchback nuns or something?" I mean, which particular irony am I allowed to talk about? But they sort of weren't wrong either, right? But it's complicated. But I suppose part of our job is to come up with a language that's flexible enough to answer your problem too, and your question also, and my question, because I come from a Holocaust family. I mean that's something, I mean, I guess we have to also come up with flexible narrative strategies that can, or whatever you want to call it, and every question is a perfect question, right? But can it become flexible enough? It seems like we had something more flexible, and that's over, and now we have to compete and fight. And I guess that anyway, I feel that at CalArts that's part of our job. Yeah. I know that's not much of an answer, but it's a response. What do you think? Oh, perfect. Oh, my God, they can't be. But
well,
before we, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just
about open it up.
Because the thing that I was talking about origins, but where are we going to teleologically? This thing of acceleration towards some kind of horizon of either catastrophic or apocalyptic time, that there's this sense of the epoch shift. Yes. And I really thought that was really powerful, the way you laid it out there. And also in terms of the data that you showed at the beginning, 40% of the population is under 25, and that it shows empirically we have to deal with
I was
change.
This last line that I give a lot of times. I was interviewed once. They said, "Are we heading toward the end of the world?" I said, "No, don't you know the world already ended? This is what it looks like after the end of the world."
Exactly. Boom.
While we are still standing or sitting at this late hour, should we ask if there's a question or two from the floor or a comment? Everybody's exhausted.
How do you explain La La Land?
How do I explain La La Land?
The movie, White Guts.
Well, it's like a down pillow. Everybody wants to just sit there and just sort of, everybody needs a little bit of a break.
It's a very nice flavor.
Yeah.
I suppose it's
Yeah, it's a flavor of the month. It could be ice cream.
I don't know why that flavor gets 14 Oscar nominations, but I never understand how these people do it. I think it's that really, really, really expensive water that they drink, right? And the fine wine and the side. I mean, Oscars are always a puzzle to all of us. Just as many of these prizes are, but they do reflect something about the culture. I just find La La Land, it's a solid film, but I don't know why it should become this huge event. I think a lot of people are surprised.
Yeah.
If that's an answer.
I was wondering if maybe you could talk a little bit more about what the word experimental and production of music, especially as this idea of change, because it's really interesting to me your points about music coming to the center of being some sort of
commitment, it slipped into the middle of the discourse more than, let's say, in the 50s and 60s even. Yeah. That's my very cautious impression.
Yeah.
And I guess, is that possible?
I,
What part of experimentalism is important in conjunction with the word music? Because as David, as you mentioned, there's also the problem of putting experimentalism into its own sort of genre itself. So it seems like
Yeah.
experimentalism has this nice way out of the problem by constantly being able to adapt to
Yeah.
situations and also not having to go into the trap of always searching for novelty. I feel like we sort of have thrown that desire in experimentalism.
Right.
Here ourselves and still directly involved with development issues.
It's a problem, and I always think that the purpose of any label is to make itself obsolete. And but then what do? You got to, what do you call anything? Yeah, I agree, it's a problem, and I don't know what the alternative is that works, because obviously it's morphed all over the place. I mean, you're talking about the 50s and 60s. I mean, especially the 50s, and we had the emergence of the European avant-garde, which was largely fueled by the Marshall Plan, right? Which made it possible for a lot of the post-World War II avant-garde to emerge. And then there's always been not always, but there has been for a long time something about musicians growing up in America that you weren't validated unless you went to Europe. You had to go to Europe and come back, and then you were okay. Until in the 60s, some people said, well, what about Africa or Indonesia or China or someplace like that? And they started going there, West Coast composers or what have you. But it was still like you go somewhere and you come back, except for some of the, the American experimental tradition of Cowell and Ives and all of that stuff. So there was this split already in American contemporary music, because some wanted to imitate the European avant-garde. So it's a weird process, right? But it was heavily fueled by the political, economic policies that were put in place after World War II.
I guess we'll have to find out what the Trump era, how that pinball machine works in terms of culture in general. There's a lot of, right now there's a frozen look on everyone's face because no one can figure out when he's going to start tweeting professors, filmmakers, and the rest of it. But the chances of that crazy character, right? That's the polite thing to say, right? That he won't is just, it's impossible. He will. So within a year, we're going to find out, and then we'll have an interesting political discussion. Because we'll see how this plays out. And then all the people around him. I mean, luckily, as I often say, we're in the Socialist Republic of California, right? So we have a little bit of a cushion. But because our work doesn't stay in California, we don't really have a cushion. So we're going to find out a lot. Now, the 1920s was a golden era for almost all the arts, and a rotten time to be in Europe. And Europe did very well in the crisis. So there's always that theory also that crisis generates a kind of solidarity and power in work. It's hard to know, but I have a really, especially after looking at the crowds in Los Angeles and everywhere else in the last week, I'm starting to have fewer Trump mayors, and I feel that there's something to fight, to at least argue for, vote for. So this is going to be part of that. I guarantee that the arts are going to be part of this process when it happens. We're old enough between the two of us to know that will happen. But there was a hand. know. Because I was in both of them. I know, and I'm trying not to repeat too much, but I'm trying to make it continuous. Yeah. Like what? Yeah. I guess. I know. I understand. But how much money did it cost to get 3 million people to march last week? Almost nothing. That's interesting. I mean, I'm hoping. I'm trying. I'm completely. I'm very, very cheerful today compared to how hopelessly cynical and nihilistic I usually am, as I mentioned in the other talk. But there are signals that the generations who are the era, right? The 21 to 45, right? I don't like this millennial bullshit. I don't think that works for me. But I mean, I think that they understand how to create agency and presence from high to low, probably much better than my generation did. My generation thought it was really cool, so then they became hedge funders and ophthalmologists in Eastern Oregon. You know what I mean? It just didn't quite pan out. I mean, look what they left, right? Look, you know, my generation. What are you kidding? You know, so I think your respective era, right, has a better anchored feeling, and I think you have the answer to your question already. I understand. That's why I said era. Because I mean. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We would. I know. Well, yeah, I understand. I mean. Yeah. Or what isn't? How about that? The what is part, I think I get. The what isn't is where I'm in trouble. Right? I can't figure out what isn't. You know? Yeah, I understand. And we've come through a period, hopefully we've come through a period, but maybe not. I call it living in violet, but not in violet, but the color violet, like ultraviolet. Just kind of in a daze, you know? Like living only in the moment, you know? And ordering out, you know what I mean? Or getting an Uber, you know? And this dreamy, medicated quality has been around for a long time, and I hope it shifts. But I'm seeing some signals. I admit that as I said in the last talk, that the signs are not great. We're in a super duper mess, right? But I think we have to sort of look for what engines we can. So I don't know, you know. I mean, maybe we are too neutralized still, you know, as a culture, as a political, whatever you want to call it. It could be. And the arts certainly have been moving very slowly, I think, in the last era. Everyone knows this. Feudalism has a tendency, let's say, to make art go slower, you know. But there's some signal, so I'm hoping the signals, you know, mean something. So you're right in questioning all of this and holding on to these questions really hard, you know what I mean? And keeping the bar where it belongs, do you know what I mean? And not expecting people to give you answers, but to give you momentum, right? And to give you more clarity, because we don't have enough of it. So if that yeah, well, we're in this general business, so we have students, we have people who won't listen to us. We have
You know that time is out of joint, that line? I think musical time is always out of joint with historical time. It seems to be like that. And I think sometimes as musicians we're lucky that some philosophers like privilege musical time, like Nietzsche did, Deleuze, you know, they hold it up, and maybe hopefully we're in another one of those eras right now.
Music can inform a process without trying too hard to be political, just because it's in the middle, right?
Yeah, but I think back to your question, Ben, that we have to be wary about re-embedding structures like valorizing experimental over traditional, experimental good, traditional bad, and sort of re-embedding the high and low art structure, which hopefully we got out of during postmodernism, and now we don't want to reinscribe it in our transmodern era now, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?